everyone, happy Sunday and happy, I don't know, Hanukkah Day 5, I think. We return now to Trails of Cold Steel. We're about to hit Legram Station over there, because we have to go to Garellia Fortress, where everything began. So, before we go there, however, I have a bunch of predictions. Oh, wait.
Handle this.
Right. Here I go.
Here we go.
No, I was alt-tabbing and the, apparently the alt key is the change character keys on the keyboard. But before we hit Garellia Fortress, I figured if I'm going to make some final predictions, now's a good time, so buckle in. And if you want to talk about how wrong I am in the chat without me seeing what you're doing, go ahead and prefix your comment with an exclamation point. I've filtered out the reply commands. So if you start a comment with an exclamation point, that should hide it from the main chat, so you can make fun of me without me seeing it in the main chat. Shame Elliott wasn't even present for his final alive field study. I mean, he's over in something economic zone. Jirai Special Economic Zone. So, you know, he's still alive for now. Okay. So, let's cover some stuff. Oh, you're gonna play Balatro while I'm doing this? Okay. Alright. Let's start with Osborne. Now, I could just make my predictions and move on, but that's not how I roll. Part of the fun, for me, is taking you on my journey that I embarked on to arrive at these silly conclusions. So, alright, let's start with Osborne. My favorite door from Sky the Third was the one that had the conversation between Olivia and Osborne. I found that tete-a-tete very entertaining. And in that one, we learned that Osborne has been expanding the Erebonia into independent territories and annexing them into the Empire. And as Olivia pointed out, he's been using really devious, underhanded tactics and subterfuge in order to do it, right? So he's been causing problems in independent territories and saying like, hey, I see how many problems you're having there, independent territory. You know, I'd love to offer help, but we'd have to bring in the Imperial Army to help you out, and we wouldn't want that. And then they're like in dire straits, so they have to accept the help, and they end up being brought into the Empire, which is probably pissing a lot of people off. And the scenarios he's engineering to put them in that kind of position, similar to the one that we saw in Crossbell in the last games, right? You know, it's like, oh man, look at these Jaegers running amok, lighting things on fire. You guys just can't handle your own poop. You know what? Tell you what, we will offer from the kindness of our own hearts the Imperial military to come guard the gate for you, because you can't do it yourself, right? And Crossbell is like giving the double middle fingers on that. So that seems like the kind of thing that's been going around all over the place. And in fact, as Crow pointed out, the Jirai Special Economic Zone is one of those formerly independent areas that has been annexed into the Empire. So, the various places that have been annexed have probably breeding a lot of people who resent that stuff, which is something Olivia pointed out, and Gileath is like, yeah, I'm counting on it. So Gileath, for reasons, seems to be purposefully courting conflict. Like, he's trying to start a civil war. Why? Well, I have thoughts. But before we get there, let's move on to the Imperial Liberation Front, our main antagonist for the game. Their stated goal is to harm the reformist faction's public image and kill Osborn. Why? Well, as G pointed out, he and the majority of the members of the ILF are commoners. So, my thought is that the majority of the ILF are victims of the crap Osborn's been pulling in their formerly independent territories in order to annex them into the Empire. So I would imagine that particularly G, V, S, and C, especially the main leadership, are, one might be from the Jirai Economic Zone, one might be from one of the other areas. I don't know all the names in geography. The Jirai Special Economic Zone is the only one I know I have in my notes as a specific place that's been annexed. But it's been mentioned that there's been multiple places. So I think that's probably the ILF's deal here. I also find it kind of interesting that the name is the Imperial Liberation Front. I don't think the ILF is liberating Erebonia. I think it's liberating the territories that Erebonia had, or trying to liberate the territories that Erebonia has annexed. So getting to a prediction with the ILF, there's two main predictions. One, obviously, who is C? And two, where are they getting their funding from? They're getting funding from somewhere, because they're hiring. They hired the bandits over in Keldic. They hired Jaegers for a lot of money up front, like 5 million Mira up front in Nord. They've somehow got their hands on the mortars and artillery that they use to bomb the watchtower in Nord. They have an airship. Who's funding? And as Gideon said, they're mostly commoners. So where's the money coming from? My guess, the Noble faction. My guess is the Noble faction is funding the ILF. Let's see. Neuron says, your thoughts are always fun to watch, even if I don't agree. They're very organized and make internal sense. Yeah, I'll probably get a couple things right. Like my next prediction here, I'm very confident on. Most of it is almost certainly completely incorrect. But I think you'll see how I'm putting actual facts from the game together to a theory. And even though I'm probably wrong, you can at least see why I'm making this guess, right? So the Noble faction is funding the ILF, which brings us to who is C. Now, when we first saw C, my thought was, okay, we're hiding the face and we're disguising the voice. We're doing a Yin thing again. Now, when Yin was voiced, it was very clear that was a woman, even though they were like, that's a dude. It's like, no, I can hear it in the voice. That's a woman. So my thought was they're doing the same thing again, but they're like doing a better voice disguise, so it's still a woman. So my first thought was Claire, starts with a C, and it would be really interesting if the leader of the ILF was someone so close to Osborn, right? But then we saw her in Heimdall standing right next to C, so unless there's weird magical doppelganger stuff going on, which I wouldn't put it past this game, we've got timeline shenanigans going on, it's not Claire. So, who else could be C? Could it be Vita Coltilde? Well, I've already predicted enough crap regarding her. Could it be Celine the cat? I don't know. Could it be Celestin, the butler for the High Arms family? We know that butlers can kick a lot of ass, and it would be interesting to see, a worker for the Noble family be really pissy uh, be siding with the noble faction to get the or to be the Isle. I'm stating this completely wrong. I don't think it's going to be Celestin though, because that's just that would almost be like it's Colette. Why? Also, I don't think Celestin has a profile portrait. So, um, once I got it out of my head that it might not be a woman, it made it really obvious it's Crow. I'm very confident on this one. I'm not really confident about anything else I'm saying, but yeah, C's gotta be Crow. Which makes a lot of sense, right? He's failing not because he's slacking off, but because he's busy doing terrorist stuff. You know? He wanted to be in class, he begged Sarah to get in on Class C, not because he needs to earn credit so he can finally friggin' graduate, but probably to keep a closer eye on the kids who keep getting in his damn way. We got in the way in Keldic, we got in the way in Breahard, we got in the way in Heimdall. So, now the what's particularly what's particularly frightening about the thought that C is Crow is the fact that we're heading to Garellia Fortress, and it seems like they're using the railway guns to target the Orcus Tower over in Crossbell. Crow knows that Toa is there. He knows that if the railway the tower, if they succeed in, if that glass is, they're taking gunships there and firing on the conference, that could kill Toa if the glass isn't bulletproof and she's in the room. They're setting bombs in the building. That could kill Toa. They're targeting the building with railway cannons. That'll kill Toa. If I'm right about this, Crow is willing to sacrifice someone he calls his friend, someone he has been a classmate with for a year and a half, to get at Osborn. That's cold. So, let's see. Along those lines, I would imagine when we met with Osborn in Heimdall, he told Sarah in Class 7, he says, I have a present for you, or a tool for you, or something to help you out that'll be there in a few weeks. And Milliam was added to the class. So I have so I think the Imperial Intelligence Agency, I think they may not know that Crow is the leader of the ILF, but I think they know it's someone in Thor's, and that's why Milliam was sent there. Also, before we got, or right after we got on the train heading to Legram, Lecter showed up and handed Sarah some army intelligence, saying, "This is all. This is the intelligence we have on the ILF leaders." So I would not be surprised. So I think Milliam's been investigating, and I think they know. I think they know who Crow is. All right, so moving on. Who is Celine, the kitty kitty? I think Celine is Emma's grandma. I'm still saying Emma's a witch. She's from a witch's coven. It's probably, although in the folklore book there is a section for witches, so maybe she literally is a witch. I might not have the nomenclature quite right, but so I think Celine's Emma's grandma, and the reason is because she keeps mentioning her. In Breahard, when Reen took a hit from a monster while he was trying to, Eustace and Machias were fighting, Emma heals him, and she mentions that her grandma taught her healing. Later, still in Breahard, when they get into the underground waterway, she uses a spell to unlock a door, and pretending to pick it, and she says, "Oh, I learned how to pick." She doesn't mention her grandma, but she says she learned to pick a lock from reading a mystery novel. But if Celine is also from the whether she's her grandma or not, if she's from the same coven, she knows the same spells that Emma does. And that would explain why the damn old schoolhouse has been unlocked a couple of times. Because when we first found Fee sleeping outside the schoolhouse when she ditched Emma's study session, she mentioned that she'd looked in the schoolhouse and the floor plan was all different. And I was like, I'm pretty sure I locked the door. How did you get in there? And then Celine later in the game, chapter 4, whenever it was, lures Elise in there. And it's like, again, the door's unlocked. Well, if Celine's a witch, she can just use magic to unlock the door. So that's how people are getting in there. Also, I would imagine that, Principal Von Dick has a key. We probably do not have the only key, but I think that's why the door's been unlocked a couple of times, because Celine's been going in and out. Also in Legram, most recently, last week in fact, she mentioned that her grandmother taught her about curses while she was growing up, and, curses and barriers are basically the same thing, so I'm not a witch, right? So, yeah, I think Celine is going to turn out to be Emma's grandma. So, another big deal that we're wondering about is, what's with Reen's chest scar? It seems pretty significant to the story. He's mentioned that, let's see, Neuron says, using D&D logic, unlocking a non-magic door is fairly trivial, so even if she does not have the full knowledge of Emma, it works, yeah. Let's see, Reen's scar. Reen has said that he doesn't know when or how he got it, so it must have happened, pretty young, probably before he was found by the Schwarzers. And I'm also thinking that the scar is not like a birthmark. It's not something he was born with. It's something that either happened to him or was done to him. And my money's on the latter, and I'll get to that eventually. We will play the game today, don't worry. So, kind of the big thing about the scar is at least 3 times in the game, and I've only had the 3... there might be a 4th, I don't remember what it is, but I looked in my notes, I've got 3. So here are the 3 times that I remember Reen clutching his scar in pain. The first time he did it, I think, was in front of that big statue in Nord, the guardian of the Nord Highlands. Eustace said he was reminded of the legend of the Great Knight. And he said, when the land roils with the tide of war, a colossal knight wreathed in flame will come forth to quell the conflict. Oh, my scar! The second time that I remember is when they were investigating the red door that popped up in the old schoolhouse. They're poking around at the door, and Reen hears, no one else hears it, but he hears, reveal. And then he goes, oh, my scar. And then the third time is when they stopped the terrorists in Heimdall, and Gileath Osborne came out and talked to them. And he was... he said, I have great expectations for you all. Nurture the bonds you share and train up bodies and wills of steel, for I have no doubt you'll need them in the turbulent times to come. Oh, my scar! So, the commonality that I'm picking up with these scar reactions seem to be like a reaction to, like, foretold events or destiny, like Reen's ultimate purpose. Like, both the story that Eustace tells for this great knight over in Nord and what Gileath they're talking about the land royals with the tide of war. Gileath says you'll need them in the turbulent times to come. And as I mentioned, if I didn't forget to mention it, it's in my notes. Osborne seems to be courting conflict. He's counting on, creating problems, right? I think he's, when he's talking about turbulent times to come, he ain't whistling Dixie. He's starting a civil war. right? And with the Nord legend, the great night when the land's royal with the tide of war. Uh, I think this is the role that Reen is having to grow into, and I think that's kind of what is Scar is responding to. And I do have a more specific prediction. I'm getting there. But first we have to go back to some Erebonian history and talk about the War of the Lions. So 250 years ago, the Empire was about to collapse in on itself due to the War of the Lions, which was a years-long civil war staged by the various potential successors to the throne, because the Emperor had passed away. So everyone's fighting over who gets to lead the country. There's a big civil war. Then Dreichels and his right-hand lance maiden, Leanne Sandlot, march in and return prosperity to the Erebonian Empire. Dreichels the Lionheart becomes the 73rd Emperor of Erebonia, the father of the Renaissance, and the founder of Thor's Military Academy, which has the mandate, "Arise, O youth, and become the foundation of the world." Now, stopping for just a second, I didn't catch this the first time through, but if Dreichels is the 73rd Emperor of Erebonia, Erebonia is either going through emperors like tissue paper, or Erebonia has been around since well into the ancient Zamorian civilization. I mean, 73 emperors? That's probably at least 4,000-5,000 years of Erebonia, and the Septian calendar's only on 1204 right now. So, unless they're going through emperors like every 10 to 15 years, but rulers, at least in Earth history, monarchs and stuff, they usually stick around for a while, like their entire lives. So, Dreichels founded the Thor's Military Academy, and the old schoolhouse was built on top of that underground area, which has existed since the Dark Ages. And I think there's a reason Thor's was built specifically on that spot. And Dreichels has tasked the principals of Thor's that the old schoolhouse should be preserved until the promised day. Not exclusive. Neron says the Roman years of 10 to 12 emperors per year is good time. It's like, yeah, sometimes it takes a while to figure out which one's going to stick around for a while, but generally, kings, queens, unless they're being deposed or killed or something like that, sorry, hang on. They tend to stick around for a while. Where was I in my notes? Okay, the old schoolhouse should be preserved until the promised day. What is the promised day? So, Principal Van Dyck, who was formerly a general and Gileath Osborne's superior when he was in the army, he knows what the old schoolhouse is for, so he's aware of what's going on and why he's tasking Reen with his classmates to investigate the old schoolhouse. I don't think Van Dyck's in the dark on this one. So before we get to exactly what I think the promised day is and what Reen is, when Elise was lured into the old schoolhouse by Selene, she was brought down to the 4th floor where the red door is. And when she approached the red door said, "4th lock released. Initialization complete. Potential Awakener waveform confirmed within 50 arg. Commencing the first trial." So, Elise is an Awakener, whatever the hell that is. But, here's what I think. I think the promised day is the return of Dreichels. I think Reen is the vessel for the return of Dreichels. And I think Osborne's manipulating events in an attempt to hasten the promised day. Like, he's creating another civil war kind of like the one that was around where War of the Lions, where Dreikel stepped in, and at least according to the history books, good old Dreikel's the Lionhearted, brought peace and prosperity, father of the Renaissance, right? At least history looks back kindly on him. I think the old schoolhouse, I think it's part of a mechanism to bring Dreikel's back. 50 yards is 200 feet, by the way. Okay. So I think there's many components to doing this. You need the right person. You need to implant something in their chest, or, do something futz around something that causes a scar. And you need an awakener to awaken them. I think there's a lot of steps here. And I think that that's what the old schoolhouse and the trials and the promised day and all that's for. It's, there's probably more than one. I don't think it's just Reen, right? So let's get back to the witches, because I think they're in on this. I think the witches are the ones who caused Reen's scar. Whatever that thing is that's necessary to awaken Dreikel's. And something about Reen specifically makes him a candidate. Possibly he's a descendant of Dreikel's. But, it's been 250 years. A bunch of people are probably descendants of Dreikel's. So I would imagine that if everyone took their shirt off, we'd see a bunch of different people with scars, right? But anyway, Reen's one of them. And they probably left him, once they futzed around with his chest, whatever that does, they left him knowing the Schwarzers would find him. Because they know Elise is an awakener, possibly just the Schwarzer bloodline. And even if Elise doesn't go to Thor's, they can always lure her ass there, which Celine did. Also, leaving him with the Schwarzers is a pretty good idea, because being adopted by a noble family is going to allow you a lot of advantage and privilege that a lot of commoners wouldn't have. For example, safety, security, education, training. I mean, he trained with Kai Long, the guy who did the 8 Leaves, 1 Blade school. He trained with the actual guy. That's a lot of privilege. He also learned to play the lute. And got sent to military school and going through the whole thing. So I don't think any of this was an accident. Also, not only that, but he's up by he's being raised by a baron up in Ymir, so he's not going to call attention. He's got a lot of the advantages of a noble, but not going to call a lot of attention to himself if there's anyone standing against this whole thing. So, let's see. Did I miss a bit? Oh, here we are. Which brings us to Arianrod. Who is Arianrod? Is she just a Leanne Sandlot fangirl? I've joked that if it's really her, she's really old or a ghost or a zombie or something, but if I'm right about this, and I'm almost certainly not, I mean, come on. Arianrod is the reincarnation or resurrection of Leanne Sandlot. And I think Lohengrin Castle is the counterpart to the old schoolhouse. And it was already used to resurrect Leanne Sandlot. Which is why when we went to the basement and we saw that similar door, it wasn't a color, it seemed to be deactivated. Because it's already been used. Right? Which makes me wonder, are the Stahlritter resurrected versions of her original Eisenritter? Like, is Diwali, is she actually the reincarnation or resurrection of Laura's ancestor, who was the second in command to Leanne Sandlot? The one who had the big-ass sword that they still have in their family? Because I went back and I looked, and Diwali used a big-ass sword. My guess is no. Um, I don't think resurrection is that easy, and I don't think everyone's doing it willy-nilly, so I don't think she was able to resurrect, her Eisen Ritter. I think the Stall Ritter are just new people. She had something that worked, and she got a band back together with new members. Um, because then I was thinking, it's like if that were the case, then maybe Duvali is Laura's mom because that's the bloodline descendant, right? But we've never talked about Laura's mom, so probably not. Also, Duvali seemed pretty young. She seemed like Laura's age. So unless when you're resurrected, your aging stops, I don't know. Now there are some holes here. One is I don't know why the barriers went up around the castle. I don't know what the big orb thing was for. And also, not the nefarious loot plan. Let's go check on the door. I forgot to do this. What's that? Looks like there's some kind of weird alcove on the other side of the room. The door showed up there after we'd cleared out this floor. At first it was closed and we couldn't get it to budge, Ellipsis. But then that giant suit of armor we were talking about jumped out of it, just like that. It was no match for my sweet, sweet shooting, though. Oh, Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Will I ever be able to control myself when I'm in that state, Ellipsis? Anyway, no one got hurt or anything, so I guess all is well that ends well. Sounds like George finally dragged that suit of armor down to engineering building, too. He's been tinkering with that thing for the past month. It's like seeing a kid with his new toy. Really? Anyway, come on, there's a whole new floor to explore. You already looked around this one last month, right? Yeah, that's true. Alright, unless anyone else has some unfinished business here, let's head down to the 5th floor. So here's a hole in my theory. The door is not closed and deactivated, it's just standing open. Unlike the one in Lohengrin Castle. So, that's an inconsistency. Whoop, not that one. Alright, we're talking about the witches. Oh, something else I forgot to talk about with the ILF and their funding. They also managed to get their hands on an artifact, the demonic flute, which is now destroyed, thanks to Reen, and Kevin's gonna be pissed about that. But it's like, how'd they get their hands on that stuff? Also, that double-bladed thing that C has. I don't know if that's an artifact. I think Emma identified it as a relic from the Dark Ages. So I don't know if it has any special powers, if that's actually an artifact or not, but There are several holes in my theories. Well, I mean, yeah, of course there is. Let's see. So lastly, let's go back to Vita Clotilde, good old Misty. I think Misty's a witch too. I think she's from the same coven that Emma and her grandma are from. I think she's a witch Ronin. I don't think she's in it anymore. But there are a couple of reasons. Number one, she's been described as someone whose songs transport audiences to another world. I'm wondering if she's using some magic, and if she can literally do that. Also, when Reen ran into Misty in Trista, she said two very interesting things. She leaned into him and said, "It's you, isn't it?" by you, I think she means the vessel for Dreichels, the guy who's the key component in bringing Dreichels back. Oh, it's you. You're the one that Emma and her grandma are constantly on about. Okay. And then she says, give my regards to those two, would you? Which I'm assuming she means Emma and Celine, and part of the reason being is Misty's lavender scent is something that Emma picked up on immediately when she's like, lavender? So, because this is a anime soap opera, I'm going to go so far as to predict that Misty is not only a former member of the same coven that Emma and Celine belong to, she's also Emma's mom and Celine's daughter. Because that's fun. Alright. So, Garellia Fortress. We're heading back to Garellia Fortress, and I think what we saw at the beginning of the game was one of Kia's earlier goes through the timeline, because things are almost certainly going to be different this time. We're not going to have our red jackets on. I don't, unless we put them on. I don't know why we had them on the first time. It's the end of August. It's really hot. And Crow and Milliam are with us now. Or at least they will be initially. I imagine Crow's going to excuse himself at some point. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. And if anyone calls him out and it's like, dude, Toa's over there. Adorable little Toa. The original female student. How could you, sir? Alright. So, them's all my predictions. I thought that would take half an hour. It took 40 minutes. Okay. Pretty good predictions, but you missed that Kia stands for Keep Elliot Alive. Neron says, thinking about it, when Reen destroyed the flute, they were extremely lucky considering Kevin in second chapter says when broken they can release insane amounts of energy. I mean, it did explode in like a purple mist, so... But yeah, that's the broad strokes of what I see going on. C is Crow, or Crow is C rather than that. The whole idea here is to basically restage the whole War of the Lions and bring Dreichels back. And I think Reen's a big component of that, and Misty's still, or Emma's still a witch. We'll miss the train if we leave, undoubtedly. Let's make our way to the station. Alright, so let's see how wrong I am. Like, I doubt we're getting all the answers today, but... we still seem to have a little time before the next train leaves Ellipsis. What should we do? It might be best to just wait in the station until the train arrives. Lucy, hey, how you doing? Hope you had a Merry Christmas and hope your New Year is just as jolly as you are. Ah, thank you much. Jared says, got some right, got a lot wrong. Fun game. But, you know, I imagine while I'm wrong about most everything, I'm probably, in some ways at least, heading in the correct general direction of what's going on. I mean, I would be surprised if I'm just, like, absolutely, completely 180 degrees wrong about everything, but... yeah, we'll see. Let's wait in the station. Yeah, let's go wait outside. I should have given Crow, like, an arm bear or something like that. Maybe that would make him not a bad guy. Let's go wait inside. We need to buy our tickets for the trip to Garellia Fortress, too. Hey, Eustace! Want to buy me some snacks? Buy your own food. Ha ha ha, Ellipsis, I'm not a witch. Lively as ever, I see. Aha, let's head in then. Oh, my sister and I actually managed to get... hey, there's Celine. And she's floating, like a witch. I don't think that was an animation position mistake. I think she's just floating like a witch. Well, 3. Gun 1, Gun 2, and the double-bladed staff thing. But the question is that the double-bladed staff thing, is that actually an artifact? Is he just also good at using it? Or is he hiding his strength? Or is that something that it's like an artifact that increases your strength and aptitude with whoever's holding it? I don't know. Ooh, I could see the castle for a second there! Wait, it's gone again. Ah, ellipsis. Well, the forest is quite dense around here. And still, we saw a lot of weird things in that castle. And it was one thing after another from the moment we walked through the door, ellipsis. Ellipsis, what are you looking at me for? Never mind. Witch. That was pretty great. Do you have this much fun in all your field studies? I just wish it was a little longer. Those 2 days went by so quickly. Oh, Milliam, you were shaking in your boots when we were in the castle. You're afraid of ghosts. You're fiends. Well, the field study isn't over. We're on our way to our next location, so don't relax just yet. I mean, we get to play Blade, right? Looks like I must say farewell to Legram once again, for the time being. Ellipsis. I wasn't expecting to, but I can't help but feel a little homesick already. I can understand why. It was a really welcoming place. I didn't ever get the sense that the social classes were keeping people apart. True. Seems like a place that we nobles could learn much from. I'd definitely like to visit again in the future. Neron says, the great part about these games is that they leave you enough to speculate this deeply to be right about at least something. Yeah, that's my strategy. Just scattershot the predictions. Just make enough predictions, I'll get something right. Hee, it would be great to bring Fee and the others next time, too. You're all more than welcome to in Legram anytime. I can only hope I'll continue to learn and grow between now and when I next return. Don't think I don't remember what you did last time, Laura. Worst girl. You had one job, Laura. One! After leaving Legram, we changed trains at Berea Station Ellipsis and rode the Croizen Main Line north, heading toward Keldic. Celine's hair is gonna be all poofed out when she gets, when we get to Garellia Fortress. Well, that granary is grand. Alright, let's go over our schedule again. We're currently en route to Keldic, where we'll rendezvous with Group B. From there, we'll take the Transcontinental Railroad to Garellia Fortress on the Empire's eastern border. Will we get to ride the Eisen Graf? Garellia Fortress is one of the Imperial Army's largest strongholds, sometimes referred to as the wall that protects the nation from the threat of the Calvard Republic. Crossbells are human shield! I've heard it's ludicrously gigantic, almost an icon of military excess. It also houses the 2 railway guns and has a military exercise ground on the premises. What I'm wondering is everything going to go to shit the moment we get there, or are we going to get to hang out for a day? And explore, get the lay of the land. Maybe take in the local commissary and have a snack. Maybe pick up the latest edition of the not Crossbell Times, Imperial Chronicle. Yeah, there are these 2 massive orbital cannons pointing toward the east at Calvard. Or, more specifically, they're aimed at the buffer zone between us and them, Crossbell State. They are pretty crazy, yeah. It's like you're looking at a mountain of iron. I was pretty overwhelmed when I first saw them. Wait, Ellipsis. You've actually seen the railway guns in person? Yeah, Gramps took Claire Lecter and me to see them this one time. These are the mightiest weapons wrought by the hands of man since the Great Collapse. I want you to consider what it means that such weapons have been placed here. Well, something like that, anyway. And to consider what it means. He has a flair for the dramatic, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, today's the day, isn't it? The day that the Chancellor is scheduled to depart for Crossbow with Prince Olivier. I guess the trade conference kind of snuck up on us, huh? Also, it depends, I forget what day it is, I don't know what... Because the whole thing is on the 31st, so if today's the 30th, then we should have the day to just futz around. Hey, Chicago. I think that's where Lecter's going, too. I want to go to Crossbell. Ellipsis. I could look at something real quick. Hang on. Siding with the... Okay, today is the 30th. Boop. Sabes, hello. So unless the new timeline starts a day early, we should have a day to futz around. There's supposed to be this really famous theater group there, and they have a huge theme park, right? Yeah, that's what I've heard. Well, I mean, you've got a Mishi right on your shoulder there, so they probably know more about that than I do. Apparently, President Toa is going as part of the entourage to further her studies. Really? She never fails to impress. I hear she's been getting job offers from a bunch of different companies ready to hire her right after graduation. Neron says, good that Osborne sent Lecter to Crossbell and not Milliam. She would have been adopted by Shirley, and that would have been something. Well, she does merit the high esteem people lavish on her. She's the pride of the Academy. I caught her after she fell off a ladder once. 9:30. Boy, we must have got up pretty early this morning. All right, Celine, where are you? Kitty, 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 kitty. All passengers disembarking here in Keldic, please exit the platform via the bridge. I repeat, do not approach the rope barriers on Platform 1. You will be shot. Passengers wishing to travel on the Transcontinental Railroad, please wait on Platform 2. Not Platform 1, goddammit. Get away from there. You think we put up these rope barriers for our damn health? What's going on here? All this security feels kind of ominous. It seems the railway military police is guarding the opposite platform. Yeah, I wonder if Double Hyphen...
Well, isn't this quite the coincidence?
Oh, I doubt it.
Captain Claire!
I never thought you were C. This is a joke.
It's Claire!
Do you want to buy me snacks? Eustace is a cheapskate.
Did you come to see me?
Just a coincidence, I'm afraid. Eisen will be passing through here soon, so this station's operating under heightened security.
Oh, shoot. Do we actually get to ride the Eisengraph? That'd be great. No, the Eisengraph is gonna zip past with Osborne and Toa on it, and they're gonna look out. We're gonna make eye contact, and it's gonna be like, "Hi, we get to ride the fancy train. You have to ride the commoner train."
Oh, right!
Still, I'm happy to see you again. It's been, what, 2 months since I last saw you?
She really is attached to Captain Claire, Ellipsis. Yeah, almost like sisters. Hard to believe both of them are Ironbloods, Ellipsis. Ellipsis. I'm glad I put bunny ears on Eustace. It makes his constant scoffing a lot funnier. At any rate, good day, everyone. Let me thank you again for all your help during the recent crisis in Heimdall. Ellipsis, don't worry about it. And we simply did our duty as citizens of the Empire! More importantly, what's the meaning of all this extra security? And what is this Eisen graph you mentioned? As in, Iron Count, right? Yeah, you'll see what I mean soon enough. A special express train will momentarily be passing by Platform 1. This train will be passing through at high speed, so travelers on the platform are advised to exercise caution. Yeah, we're not going to get to ride, it's going to zip past. And Osborn's going to give us the finger as he passes. Toa with a wave. A special express train? It couldn't be Ellipsis. Right on time. That was Toa and, well, there's Toa, yeah. There's Toa. And there's Prince Olivier. And, okay, we're gonna get a meaning... I'm counting this as a prediction. Meaningful look. Meaningful look. Meaningful look! Ellipsis. I am counting that as a prediction. Where's my predictions? There we go. 28. Boop. Alright. So that was the Eisen graph, Ellipsis. Come to think of it, I've heard rumors of a special Crimson train. It's supposedly reserved for use by members of the Imperial government. I've been on it before. It's really fast. It's pretty fancy inside, too. The Eisengraph, or the Iron Count in the common parlance, was so titled in honor of Chancellor Osborn himself. Well, I do hear him called the Blood and Iron Chancellor all the time, so I can understand the iron part, Ellipsis. But isn't the Chancellor a commoner by birth? He is, indeed. However, he was granted the title of Count by His Majesty when he was made Chancellor 11 years ago. Supposedly, that's what led to the train being given its name shortly thereafter. You see, I predict the completely unimportant, stupid crap. And, Milliam's hands are clipping into her hat. I see Ellipsis. I doubt he of all people sees any worth in titles and peerage. Or peerage. Ellipsis. Reen? Yeah, Ellipsis? Is something bothering you? Your attention seems elsewhere. Still feeling tired after yesterday? No, not really, Ellipsis. I just happened to catch a glance of Toa and Prince Olivier in the train as it passed by. Hey, really good eyes, Reen. Wow, I'm surprised you could even make them out. You must have a hawk's eyes to be able to see them when the Eisengraph whooshed by so quickly. Yeah, well, you know, I'm different. I went falconing with my father, and I absorbed the powers of the raptor. Nah, ellipsis is probably just a coincidence. Yeah, I mean, it was hard to miss Toa pressing her bare buns against the window as she passed by. Oh, she's such a kidder. That was more than just a glance, though. I could see them clearly, in detail. Ellipsis. What was that just now, ellipsis? Okay, so we're pointing out that that's not a normal thing. Alright. Page 23. Ellipsis? Well, as long as you're not feeling unwell. Ellipsis? Oh god, I hope the scar wasn't like a heart transplant, like they had to sacrifice and murder a specific person and implant their heart in Rain to do the resurrecty thing. We would like to thank all passengers for their cooperation with today's security measures. Transcontinental Railway service bound for Ellipsis Crossbell State Ellipsis, now arriving on Platform 2. But did you count all the passengers, Rain? It will be in the test, yeah. Lloyd was able to do it. It was like 54 or something like that, right? So, I mean, it's something Lloyd was able to do. It's something that the Red Constellation leader guy, the Scarlet Ogre, what the hell's his name? Yeah, he was able to do it. Here it comes! Yeah, it looks like we didn't have to wait long after all. Honk. I mean, I only saw 4. I saw Gilia, Olivia, Toa, and the person sitting next to her. To be frank, though, yeah, Lloyd's train was not the Eisen, it was a regular train. Oh, Elliot's still alive, okay. Where's Crow? Guys, where's Crow? Hey, there they are. Reen, over here! Come on, we haven't got all day. We saved you some seats. Oh, did he stay on the train? Well, if you'll excuse us, Captain. See you later, Claire! Of course, have a safe trip, everyone. Oh, there he is. Oh, and Sarah's there, too. Whoa! Oh, who's that classy-looking babe? Ah! Ellipsis, I should have just stayed on the train. Crow died off screen, so much for that prediction. Yeah. We've received word from Squad 08. Oh, another thing I was trying to think of a prediction for, but I couldn't come up with anything. In Keldic... Yeah, Keldic, when we first meet Claire, when she arrests the bandits, Sarah mentions to Claire that, you know, how she found out about this was via her brother. Although brother was in quotes. Still not sure who they're referring to. It doesn't sound like Lecter. It's because I think it's just another one, the intelligence agency, so I'm wondering who this brother of Claire's is supposed to be, if it's a literal brother or just someone else, and, I don't know. Didn't have anything. I was trying to come up with some theories on Sharon, too, but... you know, I mean, she's clearly super made. We know she can probably hold her own in a fight. She taught Elisa archery and self-defense along with etiquette. So, I mean, she could be, also, she was in Nord, and so was Sarah, when she spotted the ILF ship floating away. And, Sarah asked her if, any of the, that ship was, sold by the Reinford Company, and she said she looked, and if it is, it's off the books. So, I mean, she could be a former Bracer, she could be Ouroboros, she could be, a part of the, Gralsritter. I couldn't think of anything. I mean, I could throw a dart and pick something, but I didn't really feel like I had enough information to really nail down a good theory for Sharon, so not really sure. Lecter via the Ironblood thing. Yeah, I thought that might be who she was referring to, but it's just kind of a weird way to put it, and so it doesn't seem right, but I don't know. We've received word from Squad 08. No unusual movements have been detected near the Twin Dragons Bridge. We've also received word from Squad 21. They report all high-speed armored cars are in position. Understood, remain vigilant until the Eisengraph is finished passing through. Once it reaches Crossbell City, have all squads switch to Phase D. Yes, ma'am! Are you sure the Imperial Liberation Front will show themselves? They will. I'm certain of it. Yeah, let me check my notes again real quick. She said, or rather, not she said, she passed a message to Sarah via Lecter, which said, their primary target, the ILF's primary target is Crossbell City, but there's a chance that something else will be going down within the Empire at the same time. Alright, let's play Blade. I see. It sounds like Group A had quite an eventful couple of days, too. Yeah, Ellipsis, though I find it kind of hard to believe you could have seen the ghost of Leanne Sandlot, Ellipsis. That's ridiculous. Are you sure you weren't just hallucinating or something? You can think whatever you like. We totally saw her, I swear! Well, ghost or not, Ellipsis, there was definitely someone there besides us. Anyway, that's enough about ghosts and spirits for the time being. I'm more concerned about the affairs of the living, Ellipsis, like where Toval and the Radiant Blade Master went. Sounds like Duke Kyan is up to something too, and he's not someone we can afford to take lightly. Yeah, particularly if he's funding terrorists. We didn't run into anything like that in the Jirai Special Economic Zone, Ellipsis. Though I guess that makes sense, seeing as it's under the direct control of the Imperial government and not a noble. I seem to recall that it was annexed 8 years ago, is that right? Yeah, the Empire stitched it on nice and neat, without much opposition. You a little bitter there, Crow? Now it's prospering as a special economic zone on the coast. Seems like a pretty lively place. And the revenue generated from taxes there goes directly to the Imperial government's coffers, Ellipsis, instead of the pockets of the nobility. It's hardly a mystery why the reformists think so highly of it. Well, that aside, Ellipsis, I'm a little concerned about the upcoming trade conference in Crossbell. Same... Caleb said, it's kind of funny that by this point Sarah's just in on the gossip after being aloof initially. Same goes for the ILF. They've been awfully quiet since that show they put on last month. Now that you mention it, Ellipsis. That does seem rather suspicious. Is that related somehow to why we're going to Garellia Fortress? Well, it's not the main reason, but it's not entirely unrelated. I'll let you look forward to finding out all about it when we get to the fortress itself. In the meantime, play some Blade. Pass the time. Anyway, how many of you have passed through Garellia Fortress by train before? Milliam. I have. Lipsis, I see. Why did the camera focus on Crow and Fee? Their hands aren't raised. Just us, huh? Can't wait to see everyone's first reactions. True. She used to fake, Sarah used to fake sleeping across the aisle, and now she's chiming in like a member of the Mystery Machine Gang. Ah ha ha, Lipsis. Why's that? Lipsis. Well, I've seen it in photographs, at least. Camera can't really capture how ridiculous it is. Yep. Milliam turned into Ducky from Land Before Time. It's supposed to be... I'm old enough, I saw The Land Before Time in the theater. Did you know there's 13 sequels, direct-to-video sequels to The Land Before Time? Oh yeah, there's a Land Before Time 14. I'm pretty sure I saw the second one, Great Valley Adventure. I don't think I've seen any of the others. Yep, it's supposed to be this macho gateway to the Empire, but it just seems like it's trying way too hard. What's that supposed to mean? Well, you know how the Orcus Tower is a giant phallus? Same thing, really. The gateway to the Empire and one of the largest military bases in the country. I look forward to the chance to see it in person, then. 14, yeah, there's a 13 sequels, so 14 films in total. Unless they made a 15th since I last looked. I look forward to the chance to see it in person, then. So many sequels wouldn't eventually lead to the land during time. And then to the land after time. Bum bum be dum be doo be doo be doo. The train carrying Class 7 continued its ride on the transcontinental line heading toward the east. They passed through the Twin Dragons Bridge, a Kreutzen provincial army base, and several stations later Ellipsis. It was finally time to pass through Garellia Fortress, which loomed large on the border with Crossbell State. 11:20. Ding dong. The Ministry of Railways wishes to thank all passengers for their patronage. Boy, Class 7 has excellent posture. The next stop is, ellipsis, Garellia Fortress. Garellia Fortress. This train will stop for 5 minutes. Oh, that's a leisurely stop. Train will stop for 5 minutes. Please be aware that only authorized personnel may disembark at this station. Be advised that So, for the stations that people are normally going to disembark at, we stop for a minute. But at Garellia Fortress, where most people aren't disembarking, we're going to sit there for 5. I see how it is. Be advised that all orbital photography is strictly prohibited within the fortress and is punishable by imperial law. Stabbit says, wait, is Elliot dead yet? Well, we need to give the grim news to his dad? Well, I mean, Elliot will survive at least until tomorrow. On the other hand, I'm predicting that we're in a different go through the timeline, so who the hell knows? Any attempt at unauthorized recording may result in the confiscation of your equipment or detention by the authorities. Wow, that was kind of ellipsis. Sounded pretty severe for a train announcement. Well, we are passing through a military facility. I don't think they're being unreasonable, Ellipsis. Do you really think that's the issue here? I'm not sure having that be one of the first things foreign visitors hear gives a very good impression of the country. Oh, we're finally here. I was waiting for this. Caleb says, if Elliot passes away, Olaf's reputation plummets. Craig of no cred. What in Idios' name is that? I was gonna make a joke about waving at the two guards on the roof of Belgard or Tangram Gate, whichever one's on the west, but I can't remember their names. Ellipsis. The scale is just ellipsis. This ellipsis is Garellia Fortress? This entire place is built from iron and concrete? Just how much money has the army dumped into building all of this, ellipsis? Yep, that was about as entertaining as I'd hoped. Not that I'm surprised, I thought the same thing when I first saw it. From the Crossbell side, all you can see is a cliff, though. Yeah, but those two railway guns still poke out through it. Hey, Ellipsis Instructor! What did you bring us out here to show us? What else? We're here so you can see the true essence of what makes an army, Ellipsis. What compromises the military's strength and forms its foundations. And what other place in the Empire has that on display as clearly as here? Honk. I like the little Doppler effect they're giving that sound file. It's nice. Well, the guns, says Sabe, shoot as we dipped to black last time, so we were about to have a bad time tomorrow, Ellipsis, yeah. Well, I don't think they're going to fire this time, because I don't recall the guns actually firing when we played through Azure. Who are they? Engineers and tradesmen, mostly. You'll see a lot of them around here. Caleb says, Iron and Concrete Chancellor just doesn't have the same ring to it, guys. Yeah, fair. Chicago says, I keep thinking of trying out these games. The problem is my backlog. Also, there are so many games in this series. I might get the remake of Trails in the Sky FC when it comes out. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. And they're long. Particularly the way I play them. Keeping a fortress this size up and running is a full-time job for more than just the military's people. So it seems. It's almost like its own town here, Ellipsis. Well, that was a short 5 minutes. On the other side of this fortress, it's more or less a straight shot to Crossbell City, right? And to think that such a bustling center of trade is so close to a massive military facility like this, Ellipsis. Yeah, Crossbell City is only about 30 minutes away by train. From the top of the fortress, you can even see the skyscraper where the trade conference is going to take place.
I see you've arrived.
We have! Hey, Neidhart.
Oh. Instructor Neidhart!
Good morning, Major Neidhart. Instructor Ballestein of Thor's Military Academy, homeroom teacher for Class 7.
Sarah, I know who you are. We forcibly had to go drinking with Thomas the other day.
Reporting the arrival of myself and all students in my care.
Including a known terrorist.
Acknowledging your arrival at 11:30 hours. Welcome to Garellia Fortress. In addition to my teaching duties at the Academy, I hold the rank of Major in the Imperial Army's 4th Armored Division.
Let me double check. Yeah, that's Elliot's dad's division. Sarah being formal feels wrong, says Sabes. Just wrong for some reason.
I'll be acting as your guide, as well as your instructor for special lectures during your time here at the fortress.
Are you gonna make us go swimming? Are you gonna find some way to get us out of our clothes again?
Now, if you'll follow me...
What did I touch? Nice for the doors to open for the cameras. For the camera, rather. I could put a double-bladed staff in this locker. Very roomy. Including today, you have 2 days remaining in this month's field study. Elliot, try not to die. However, we won't be assigning you any tasks during that time. Instead, you'll be participating in a series of special lectures and a field trip. Field trip? Here? We're going on a field trip from our field trip, which went to another place? Wow! So what exactly does that entail, instructor? At 1400 hours today, a joint military exercise will be taking place at Garellia's Proving Ground. Oh, I saw that on the map. The 4th and 5th Armored Divisions will both be participating. 5th is... I don't know whose that is, but a lot of the tanks that got blowed up at the beginning of the game had a 5 on them, so... They're probably not going to do too well. It is a field trip from field study, which is still kind of dumb, but makes a bit more sense. Yeah. And you will be observing it. We're gonna watch a military exercise? The 4th Armored Division, huh, Ellipsis? The 4th Armored Division is led by none other than Elliot's dad, Lieutenant General Olaf Craig. By all accounts, it's one of the strongest armored divisions in the Imperial Army. How did you know our friend the Major here is... And did you know our friend the Major here is their most promising young member? It's Twoo! Moving on, Ellipsis. As I said, you'll only be observing this exercise, not actively participating. Elliot, please don't die. Your father will kill me. I imagine that has some of you feeling rather relieved, doesn't it? It does sound like a pretty easy assignment after all. That's actually true, because in the beginning of the game, Elliot was in Group B that went with Neidhart. So Neidhart's responsible. So if Elliot dies, it's on Neidhart. I hope Major Sid shows up and casts Arc Prominence on us like in 2nd chapter. Says Caleb. But we'll see how many of you feel the same after experiencing it for yourselves. Unless the what we saw at the beginning of the game was just a training exercise and we botch it because the guns fire. That's all for me. It's currently 11:50. Lunch has been prepared for you in the mess hall. I'd advise you all to eat. Your field trip isn't something to be undertaken on an empty stomach. Oh, Neidhart's all by himself. That is a cube of spam if I've ever seen one. So, Ellipsis, this food, Ellipsis. And we've got a cube of spam, some slices of apple, slices of cheese, a honker of bread, and a bowl of baked beans. And a glass of water. We have salty corned beef. Oh, that's corned beef? Okay. And Ellipsis, I think I'm getting a hint of peas from this soup. You could use this bread as a lethal projectile, Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Breen has to go Super Saiyan just to bite into the bread. I do think it wouldn't have hurt to use a few more herbs or flavors in general. Calling this edible would be generous. I've heard plenty rumors about the food they serve in the Imperial Army, but I wouldn't have guessed that they'd all be true. And all of Class 7 immediately drops out of the horse. Like, alright, if this is the grub we have to look forward to, I don't think a military career is in the cards for me. I am too much of a gourmand. Elise is way too used to, Sharon's cooking. Huh. I didn't think the food they served in the mess hall at Zender Gate was all that bad, though. I don't think it would kill them to serve something a little more appetizing, Ellipsis. Yeah, this is the exact same thing they served when I came here with my class last year. Probably from the same batch, too, by the looks of it. Ellipsis really brings back memories. In fact, no one touched it, so they just kept it in the fridge for the entire year. Haha, Ellipsis. I was pretty surprised the first time my dad brought me to eat here, too. Ellipsis? You guys really think it's that bad? Huh, Ellipsis. It really brings back memories for me, too. At least there's some cheese and an apple. The food served in the army makes use of common ingredients that are easy to preserve and store. The ingredients used to make all the food on your trays can be easily stockpiled in large quantities. So even if a war were to break out, civil or otherwise, a meal like this could still be served without any trouble. Ah, so that explains it. I see. So the army serves simple foods all the time to avoid the decrease in morale from wartime rationing? Well, not all the time. However, one can think of this food as a philosophical statement from the continent's strongest army. In the sense that it suggests that soldiers should live and work each day as though a war effort depends on them. Every day, Ellipsis? So they should be just as tense during times of peace as during times of war, Ellipsis. Well, it's a bit too much mind-over-matter idealism for my taste, but it's worth being aware of. And to throw a different perspective in the mix here, the food the provincial armies serve is actually pretty good. Good enough that you can't help but wonder how they'd cope if an actual war were ever to break out. Ellipsis. Well, it's not like serving good food means you have a crappy army. I hear our neighbor Liberal serves up some pretty tasty food in their army. Liberal's army is fairly elite. Probably because the threat of being neighbors to the Empire keeps them tense. I feel a little conflicted hearing you say that, Ellipsis. Well, these things are all about finding a good balance. Variety is the spice of life, you know? If you eat nothing but dull, bland food all the time, well, Ellipsis, you know what they say. You are what you eat. I could do with... I think Neidhart and Sarah hooked up, and it was bad. I could do with fewer of your pithy remarks in my diet, Instructor Valestine. Anyway, as you heard, there's going to be a military exercise at the Proving Ground at 2 in the afternoon today. It's 12:30 right now, so you have an hour to do whatever you like. They'll make an announcement half an hour before, so be sure to listen for it and do whatever it tells you. Understood. So when you say whatever we like, does that mean we can tour the fortress? Of course! You're welcome to roam around as long as you don't poke your nose in any restricted areas. So go ahead and explore. There's plenty worth seeing here, like the command center. I'm sure that's not restricted. Though if you're feeling a little tired from your field study so far, you're welcome to rest in your rooms. I'd be ashamed to waste such a valuable opportunity. I suppose I should at least get a general overview of the fortress. Oh, did everyone leave us behind? They left us! Everyone went exploring without us! Well, fine. Now we can... Oh, I'm guessing those are all our friends. Okay. So someone, I forget who, was talking about their favorite bit of the quest log was this bit from changing the lights on the road. We showed Duncan that nobody replaces lights like we do. Nobody. That's probably the funniest one. There was another one that was pretty good. Yeah, here it is. The West Keldic Highway Monster. Swordar? More like Ellipsis... Wait, its name is seriously Zwardar? Anyway, it's gone now. We should go tell Otto. We told Otto we eliminated Zwardar. Sorry, I'm still not over that name. So, yeah. Keldic. Zwardar was the big bird thing. So, yeah, there's some funny stuff going on in these. Hi, how's the food? These days, I find myself looking forward to mealtime so I can read letters from my family while I eat. It sure ain't the food that puts a smile on my face, that's for sure. I don't think I could keep this slop down if I didn't have these letters to take my mind off it. Stuck on a chair. The Vanders are a military family entrusted with the protection of the Imperial family. They're also famous for their house's style of swordsmanship. A few of them serve in the Imperial Army, actually. You've got Lieutenant General Vander from the 3rd Army Division, and there's apparently another Vander in the 7th. Yeah, that's, One-Eyed Zax? Something. No, that, Zeke's Vander is in the 3rd. 7th, who knows? That's the fast one. Maybe that's... I doubt it's Muller. You should ask Major Art Neidhart more. I heard those two were classmates. What? Did you come back to complain about the food some more? I'm doing my best! That was just a welcome meal of sorts. It's not like we were served food like that every day of the week. Just 6 days out of 7. But, ellipsis on that, one other day, we serve up the Army's famous hashed beef rice. It's really good, you know? Gives the soldiers something to look forward to. Great, give me a recipe. Hashed beef rice. Alright, maybe we'll get a recipe, so we'll not buy it just yet. It's stuck on a corner. There are thousands of soldiers stationed here at Garellia Fortress. That means it can get awfully crowded here in the mess hall, so we do everything in shifts. Though you inevitably get people coming in late, so we never really have much in the way of downtime. I mean, I see plates, I see a big serving counter, and 2 pots, and a frying pan. Where's storage? Where... Is it just those 2 boxes? Where's your pantry? Oh, there's like a coffee or espresso machine or something over here. I doubt it's espresso, it's probably just water. Oh, Motor Pool, Imperial Army Base. Okay, mess hall. Can we go this way? Flight port. Oh, we can, alright. Looks like this is the fortress's airport. There might come a day when I find myself in a military airship, ellipsis. I mean, I would surprise if we get through 4 games here. Of course, there's nothing says that Reen's going to be the protagonist for all 4 games, but be surprised if we didn't end up in an airship at some point. Oh, hey, there's some of our friends. Right, that should do it. Normally I'd tell you how powerful these things are, but you're about to see for yourself. Well, that gives a nice sense of scale. Look at that. Let's see. Okay, this way's north. So this way's west. So that's back the way we came. Right, so that's the inner Erebonian wall. And we can't really see anything this way. Okay. So Crossbell should be over there somewhere. I'm guessing that's the cliff that's on the other side. Try not to get too close to the airships. Is this too close? Am I too close? How about if I stand, right here? Oh, I like the bullet belts that are feeding the guns here. Look at that. Nice little detail there. I tried not to get too close and I failed. We're about to head out for our military exercise. They say the 4th Armored Division's the strongest unit in the Imperial Army Ellipsis. Ha! I'm looking forward to this. Hey guys. Crazy. It really is night and day. Yeah, Ellipsis, it's hard to imagine two places more diametrically opposed. What's wrong, you two? Oh, we were just talking about how different this place is to Jirai. Jirai was super lively, but this place, Ellipsis... I think Crow's having some withdrawals now that he's somewhere without easy access to a casino at all times. I can imagine. Seems like everyone's talking about Jirai these days, though, Ellipsis. Was it really that amazing? It was. I didn't know what to expect with the recent annexation by Erebonia, but everything looked fine to me. It has offices, an entertainment district, Ellipsis, and all the people I saw were thoroughly enjoying themselves. I'd go so far as to say they're happy to be under the Imperial government's control. What do you think of that, Crow? Oh, I don't know if I'd go that far. Oh? A little bird told me Chancellor Osborne was the one behind the annexation in the first place. It also told me he used some pretty forceful tactics to get them to agree. And of course, most of their tax money takes a brand new detour straight into the Imperial government's pockets, Ellipsis. I wouldn't be surprised if he made the annexation happen just to fatten his pocketbook. But, Ellipsis, paying taxes is a citizen's duty. It's only natural that they do so now that they're under Erebonia's protection, right? Sounds like this is a pretty complicated issue, Ellipsis. Haha, you're one stubborn kid. Oh well, we're here anyway, might as well try to enjoy it. Sure, I've heard the claims that Chancellor Osborne's main priority is Erebonian territorial expansion, Ellipsis. Ellipsis, am I being too hard-headed? You, Machias? No. Oh, shit. Guy right by the door. Didn't even notice him. You'll find Garellia Canyon to the east, and Crossbell lies beyond it. They're currently in the middle of some international conference over there. Whee! Peace tanks! Well, I mean, technically, the peace tanks were the non-orbital tanks. But, I just like calling all of the tanks peace tanks. Seems like this is the hangar for tanks and armored cars. It's kind of staggering to see so many of them lined up in one place, Ellipsis. Oh, okay, yeah, there's two paths down. Elisa? Dead meat? Hey, what you doing? Playing pom-pom party? This here's called the Orbital Net. We got it hooked up right after the Rhineford company asked us to test it out. Gotta say, it's pretty darn impressive. So much porn. You can pretty much access it whenever you want, and you can give way more specific orders than you can on the phone. To be honest, this overtime would have been a huge nightmare if it weren't for this. It's a shame that we've only got the Orbital Net set up here in the command center and in the storage areas. Life would be way easier if we could use it to contact tradesmen and other non-military folk, too. Imperial Army of Erebonia. The older engineers seem really worn out. I'm new here myself, but it sounds like it's always like this when they have to prep for military exercises. Have a good meal, Caleb. These new armored cars are state-of-the-art technology, Ellipsis, but they're practically toys compared to the Eisen tanks. You'll see what I mean soon enough. The Oxens have some crazy firepower, but they require a lot of maintenance. They're like fussy little babies, Ellipsis, if fussy little babies could fire armor-piercing rounds anyway. Neron says, yeah, talking to, this guy. Yeah, you'd think that, but people take days to respond to emails. My daughter's turning 3 soon. Don't worry, Daddy'll be home soon. He just needs to survive his overtime. The legendary Craig the Red will be overseeing our military exercise today. Oh, cool. We haven't actually met him. We saw him in, an illustration of him in Elliot's flashback, but, I don't think we've met him yet. He's the man every soldier should aspire to be, a strong fighter and brilliant tactician rolled into one. Heh, you can just feel the excitement in the air. Golly gosh. We've spent the whole night fitting the old tanks with C units for today's military exercise. Can you believe it? I've been at this all night without so much as a minute of shut-eye. Once this is done, I'm gonna sleep like no one's ever slept before! C units, huh? I don't know what that is. Lunch is waiting for me after this. I can hear it calling my name, Ellipsis. Engineer. Engineer. Just gotta keep it up a bit longer, Ellipsis. That's what she said. Tee-hee. I'm not entirely sure how to feel seeing so many pens lined up like this. The Rhymeford Company makes these, don't they? Unfortunately so. I'm sure they'll be using them for this military exercise too. As far as I can tell, they'll be pitted against the older automated models. That sounds pretty brutal, Ellipsis. The older tanks won't stand a chance. Well, that's kind of the point. They want to show off just how easily the Eisens can dominate them. Ellipsis. Well, you don't get a chance to go eyes on with this stuff every day. Rio Fernando, hello, says, hello, fellow cult member. I mean, fellow Trails fan. I'll take the opportunity to see for myself just how competent they are. That's just like her. There's no doubt that they'll be using the Eisens in this exercise. Let's see what Mother's tanks are made of. I'm not looking forward to this, Ellipsis. You've never seen any military exercises before, right, Reen? Yeah, this will be my first time. I take it you have, then. Yeah, my dad showed me one the last time he brought me out here. He really does want me to join the military, but Ellipsis, I really don't think I'll ever be suited for it the way he is, Ellipsis. I get where you're coming from. Yeah, the more I hear about his dad, the more curious I get. I guess it'll be nice to see my dad for the first time in a while. Bonk. Alright. Hello. Tank garage, that's great. This is the first hangar where we keep our tanks. Every soldier in the 5th Armored Division knows it back to front. Be sure to take a good look around. That's upstairs. Freight platform. Exit. Oh, shit, I actually can go through these doors. How about that? Wow, Ellipsis. I thought there was another door, so... Hi. Hi. Oh, my feet! You ran over my toes, you son of a biscuit! Not the best use of the Doppler effect when the train is way over there, but okay. Should use it when it's moving past the perspective of the camera, but... Alright. I can't believe the size of this place, Ellipsis. Oh, Ellipsis, given that uniform, you must be one of the students from Thor's. Feel free to look around all you like, but try to stay out of our way. We're all incredibly busy at the moment. So if you don't mind, I'd ask you to make your way to the corridor over there instead of hanging around here. Understood, thanks very much. Yeah, might as well head over there. Yeah, they don't want you wandering around the full area. Now, this was originally a Vita game, right? So it's not surprising that... it's nice that they made a big area, but ideally you'd see, you know, people wandering around and maybe some vehicles driving back and forth, but... You know, it's probably enough just to draw all this shit. Oh, you're one of those students from Thor's, aren't you? Don't wander off on your own or anything. Security's on high alert because of the trade conference. We're working some pretty rough shifts already, so we don't need you causing any extra trouble. Did I pick up Chapter 11? Red Moon? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think the... What's her name in... No. What did I just do? What's her name? The maid gave it to us. Let's see. Books, Red Moon, Rose. Yeah, we got Chapter 11. Gaius, are you okay? I'm just kind of shocked by how different the atmosphere is from Zender Gate. Major Xander at Zender Gate. Well, it is a major military base right on the border of Crossbell Ellipsis. Never imagined to be quite this big, though. This place is such a departure from Zender Gate that I can hardly believe that this is the same military. Although, Milliam, stop pacing back and forth. You're making me nervous. Although perhaps this is the true face of the Imperial Army. It's a massive. The fortress is a massive departure from the image I've had of the military up until now. It's a reality I can accept, but one that I pray Nord will never have to face. Alright, we're gonna face the camera this way. This fortress is the very definition of oversized. And that's ignoring the excessive display of military power, Ellipsis. Imagine that the posturing is meant to show the Kreutzen Provincial Army that they could crush them on a whim. I mean, which is probably why the nobles are raising taxes and bolstering their own stuff. Like, yeah, because we saw that whole shipment of tanks coming into Arak's fort over in Breahard. So, yeah, this is the fire being stoked indeed. I forgot what this place probably means to you and your family, Ellipsis. I suppose, while I don't agree with my father's actions, I can't say I'm comfortable with this fortress's presence either. In fact, I find it hard to believe that anyone could sleep peacefully near a fortress like this. If the soldiers and weaponry weren't enough, the railway guns trained on Crossbell don't bode well either, especially when you realize that the Blood and Iron Chancellor chose where to point them. Any excuse to flaunt his power, Ellipsis. Just checking to see if there's missables. Thank you, Jared. Well, we haven't found any collectibles here in Garellia Fortress yet, although I would assume there's going to be a recipe somewhere for that stew fried rice or something. Corned beef fried rice, something like that. So, but we still have a bunch of areas here to explore yet, so. Aw, Ellipsis. Guess you can't see it from here after all. We'd be able to see it from where the railway guns are, but they'll be mad if I get too close to them. Hey, Milliam. Pull out Aragetlum, see what happens. What are you up to now, Milliam? You know that huge Orcus tower where they're holding the trade conference? I'm trying to get a good view of that. Oh yeah? They mentioned it in the Imperial Chronicle and on the radio. Can you actually see it from all the way over here? That'd be incredible. Oh, wait till you see a giant friggin' tree from over here. Would I ever lie to you? I wish I could have gone with Gramps instead of being stuck on some stupid field study with your lame ass, Ellipsis. Why'd you join Class 7 then, Ellipsis? Yeah, because Gileath told me to figure out who the ILM agents are. I'm mixing up ILF and IMF, the Impossible Mission Force from Mission Impossible. Speaking of which, they're going to be holding the keynote session there tomorrow, Ellipsis. I wonder what they'll be talking about during it. Most people think it's just so they can decide on finance rules and stuff for Western Zamoria, Ellipsis, but I think it's really going to end up being about who Crossbell belongs to. Knowing Gramps, he might even try to get Crossbell to become a part of Erebonia. Seriously, Ellipsis? Hee, the prince is going to be there too, so they'll probably just try to shake everybody up a bit. Unbelievable, Ellipsis. Toa's there too, though, so here's hoping things go well. And there isn't like a massive terrorist attack or something. Aw man, wanted to go to Crossbell too! They've got a theme park there and everything! Gramps and Lecter are so lucky, Ellipsis. I bet he's gonna fish in a koi pond while he's there. What's with that kid, Ellipsis? I knew we'd be getting visitors from Thor's, but they're older than that, right? How'd she even get in here? Don't cause any problems, alright? Between handling security and getting ready for the military exercise, we've got enough on our hands as it is. Okay, so it just warps immediately to the bridge. Alright. That's that. That goes upstairs. Ooh, treasure chest. Oh, that's the treasure chest we saw from the beginning, because that's the overhead platform we walked across. There should be a... I think there's like a save station over there. But we spotted it over in that corner, but we couldn't get down here. Treasure! Treasure, treasure, treasure. That's on the other side of the train. Shit. Oh, here's container 32A. Geez, why can't they ever deliver these things on time? The train schedules have all changed up while the trade conference is going on. It's supposed to be a special security measure, but really all it's done is put us on edge, Ellipsis. Guess you're a visitor? Try not to wander anywhere that's off limits. Things are pretty crazy right now, and a soldier here who wouldn't leap at the chance for a full night's rest. Oh, my sister and I actually managed to get our holiday gifts to each other on time this year, so we recorded our gift exchange last night, so I'll probably have that edited and out tomorrow. Huh, Ellipsis, where'd this container come from? I don't remember anyone ordering it, Ellipsis. Uh-oh, we've got a container that we weren't expecting? Are there terrorists inside? Or terrorists in terrorist gear? Is that where C's outfit and weapon is hiding, along with some other terrorists? Gideon, are you in there? Knock 3 times! Do we need to punch some air holes? Past noon already? No wonder I'm starving, Ellipsis. That military exercise is really up to our workload. I just want to get this over with and grab a bite to eat. So you don't have to wait a few months like last time? Yeah, I was actually surprised. The last gift to get here was actually my sister's, which got here Saturday morning. So we recorded a movie mandates, and then we recorded our gift exchange last night. And I still have to do my Patreon expenditure video. This is the canteen, right? Yeah, mess hall. These might be the rooms? Briefing room? No. Here we are. Here's the guest rooms. All right. Because, yeah, I emptied the Patreon bank this year. We're going into 2025 with no money. Hey, Emma. Brian says, hey, able to join for a bit, watch through all the predictions. One I wanted to ask, do you want to refine your prediction about who will shoot Osborn? Oh, shoot! I actually did. I forgot to write that one down. Crow. I think it's going to be Crow who takes a shot at Osborn and hits him. We know from the ending of Azure that someone shoots Osborn. He's fine. So yeah, Did I skip over it, or did I not write that one down? No, I just, yeah, I forgot to write that on my list. Yeah, yeah, because I was like, you know, okay, C is Crow and blah 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 and blah blah blah, and Crow has guns and Gilead gets shot, so it's Crow that's gonna shoot him, so. Anyway, glad you brought that up, because I completely forgot to write that on my list. Oh, are you taking a rest, Emma? I did take a short walk around, but everything about this fortress is so ellipsis imposing. Made me feel a little faint. I feel you there. Looking at Emma now, it's hard to believe she's the same person who almost single-handedly guided us through that castle. Green? Nah, never mind. But there is one thing that's been bugging me lately, ever since we arrived in Legram, ellipsis. I feel like, just out of the corner of my eye, I catch glimpses of this small black shadow following us, ellipsis. But ever since we got to the fortress, I haven't seen it. Really? Maybe, ellipsis, maybe you were possessed by something. Possessed? Yikes, ellipsis, that's kind of an unsettling thought. It is, isn't it? Whew, ellipsis, I'm glad I told her to go back when we reached Keldic. Yeah, I think I didn't mention it out loud, but I didn't see Celine once we changed trains, so I was like wondering, did I miss her in the cutscene, or did she not get on the train? Did she go home? Apparently she went home. This fortress is so vast I could see myself getting lost if I'm not careful. Glad I didn't bring her along, ellipsis. What is it? Lou says, by the way, Patreon, very much like Jared's in my reward video, I've just been so busy over the holidays that I haven't commented yet. No worries, glad you enjoyed them. Brian's, gonna jump back and watch the stream from the start at 1.5 speed. Might or might not catch up. Enjoy the stream. Alright. That's a wall. Today's military exercise is a big one. They're pulling out all the stops today. The guys who are actually participating already left a while ago, though. Did someone just walk past me? Yeah, you did. Hey! You must be those students from the military academy. So, what do you think of Garellia? Interested in working here after you graduate? I admit the food's pretty awful, but other than that, it's not a bad place to work. Ah, briefing room. I could use some new underwear. Hi, Sarah. Oh, yeah. Toval gave me a call about what happened in Legram. So you had a mechanical monster show up outside the city limits. Yeah, Toval looked pretty concerned when we first mentioned it to him, too. Do you know anything about them? Well, I'm no stranger to the group that makes them. They go by the name Ouroboros. They're a secret society that everybody knows about, of sorts that acts in the shadows across the continent. Secret society, ellipsis? We don't know how many members there are, what they're capable of, ellipsis. Honestly, we don't know much about them at all. What we do know is that they have access to to technology more advanced than the most cutting-edge research institutes, ellipsis. And that they've been behind several crises that have threatened to shake the foundations of the entire nation-states. These are the people that made those monsters? That's another thing I was thinking about when I was trying to figure out who Sharon was. Because I was thinking of Thor's from the perspective of the directors. We've got the Noble faction represented by Rufus. We've got the Reformist faction represented by Machias's dad, Carl. And then we've got Elise's mom, Irina, who represents the Rhineford Company. And I'm like, is it the Rhineford Company, or is it like maybe the Rhineford Company is like one of Ouroboros's 13 factories, and that would make that, if that's the case, then it would be more likely that Sharon's actually Ouroboros, like one of their enforcers or something. But I don't know that the Rhineford Company would, the Ouroboros would need the Rhineford Company, right? I mean, they seem to be more technologically advanced than the Rhineford Company, so I don't know. That it's something I was thinking about, but I couldn't really piece anything together that flowed from what we know. I mean, again, I can just make stabs at stuff, but I like, when I make predictions, I like trying to at least have some, tenuous though it may be, justification for what I'm predicting. Anyway, and these are the people who made those monsters. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd find it hard to swallow, but there's no denying what we saw out there, Ellipsis. Ah, well, you don't need to come to grips with it just yet. We call the mechanical monsters like the one you guys fought archaisms. And lately, it seems like an awful lot of them have made their way onto the black market. There's been one sighting after another these days all over the Empire and beyond. Wow, that's Ellipsis heavy. Does that mean there's a chance they might be plotting something here in Erebonia? Just in your opinion, I mean? Well, that's the tricky thing about them. It doesn't necessarily mean that at all. There have been cases where we know they put archaisms out into the wild purely to test their abilities, for example. Still, it's something to keep in the back of your mind, at least. Right, I'll be sure to let the others know, too. Honestly, as if we don't have enough to worry about with terrorists out there and the two factions at each other's throats. She'd just play innocent, too, even if I tried to press her about it. Who do you mean? Yeah, just talking to myself. Anyway, you just focus on your study right now. Between this fortress and the training exercise you'll be observing this afternoon, Ellipsis, you'll have a front row seat to what the military is all about. Understood, instructor. I think Sharon's Ouroboros. I think that's who she's referring to. I don't think it's Claire. That doesn't ring right to me, so I think she's talking about Sharon. Okay, so another prediction, Brian, for when you get here. I'm predicting. Yeah, I'm going to predict that Sharon is a Ouroboros enforcer. See, all I need is just a little itty-bitty thing to base, I need a dartboard to throw my darts at, right? I'm not just going to throw them at the wall. You give me just the smallest little itty-bitty bit of a dartboard, I'm like, okay, that's good enough. Throw them darts. Welcome to Garellia Fortress. You and your classmates from Thor's Military Academy have been granted permission to explore the fortress. As long as you don't stray outside the permitted area, you're free to go wherever you'd like. Oh, and if anyone missed it, if you prefix your comment with an exclamation point, it won't forward to this, to the chat stream. So if you want to talk about how wrong I am about stuff, you can do that over on the actual... You can do that in the Twitch or the YouTube chat just by starting with an exclamation point. That should... Because I have a filter to filter out all of the reply commands, so that should... You might want to test it out first, just to make sure that I'm right, but if you want to comment and you don't want me to see it, put an exclamation point in front of it. The corridor on the right leads to the right wing of the fortress. Left, you'll find the guest rooms and briefing room. That staircase over there leads to the command center, but you haven't been granted permission to go inside. Just how it is, I'm afraid. Maybe they'll decide to show you around later. Caleb says, use that privilege wisely, though. We don't want any accidents happening, yeah. Oh, stairs. Hi. Okay, doesn't seem... Oh, it's... Hey there, I take care of resupplying soldiers' personal equipment. I've got permission to sell to you, so if there's anything you need, you just let me know. So what I sat there thinking about is, like, who is she referring to? Because my mind, because, again, I was just talking about Sharon. I was like, could she be referring to anyone else? And Claire, but, yeah, I don't think so. So, yeah, that's, yeah. So, lots of stuff to be wrong about. Talk. Lou says, I'm not at liberty to disclose anything anyway on account of not having played the game. Hey there, I take care of... Yep, alright. Haku! Oh, hey. Imperial Chronicle issue 7, alright. Defense 3. Flare Bomb. I think that's new. I don't think I've seen that. Judgment Bolts. No Evade 3. No Cast 3. No EP Cut 3 or Hit 3. There's a Mind 3 though. I know we already had those. Right. New covers? Let's see. Yeah, that's all the Class A stuff, including Millium, so, okay. So that's Major Neidhart of the 4th Armored Division, huh? In his time serving under Lieutenant General Craig Ellipsis, I hear he's come to be considered one of the Army's top 2 most promising young officers. And Ellipsis, he's actually pretty handsome if I say so myself. I'd bet anything he flies right up in the ranks. Are you allowed in there? Alright. We've got some stairs. Got some people up the stairs. Oh, I think I... Pardon me. Garellia Fortress is the eastern cornerstone of the Empire in both size and strategic importance. In addition to all the guardsmen assigned to the fortress, the 5th Armored Division is stationed here as well. If you go by the sheer number of soldiers, Garellia is easily the Empire's largest military base. Heh! Having that kind of power on display here will make Calvard think twice before messing with us. Enjoy your tour! Alright, we'll talk to you in a bit. Okay, yeah, this is the, There's that treasure chest. I see you over there, treasure chest. You will be mine. Hi. You've only been granted permission to explore certain parts of the left wing. Everywhere else is off limits. Oh, but this is the left wing. From a certain point of view. You know, facing the other direction. Still kind of weird that a lot of times they're using left and right wings rather than, you know, cardinal directions, but if it's any consolation, there's not much worth seeing in the right wing, to be honest. It's mostly just storage rooms. It's locked. Wasn't there a healing station right here? Or... I don't remember. Alright. We'll talk to Lauren Fee on the way out. Let's see what's up here. Oh, there's Nightheart and, someone I don't think I know? General Walter. Yeah. You haven't been granted permission to enter the command center. I'll need to ask you to leave. Probably a mistranslation. Oh, the left and right wing? Maybe. Oh, we don't even get a little option to click on the door. That's a hard no. Lipsis, so you're the students who have come to tour the fortress. Tour de fortress. Yes, sir. He's wearing an officer's uniform. I wonder if he's... Ellipsis. This is Lieutenant General Walter, commander of Garellia Fortress. He also serves as the division commander for the 5th Armored Division, which is... Ah, so you're the guy who's going to get boned tomorrow. Alrighty. Da-da-da. 5th Armored Division. Walter. There we go. 5th... Yeah. Ah, Ellipsis, I apologize for not greeting you sooner, sir. Thank you for granting us the opportunity to tour the fortress. It's really an honor. Ellipsis, well, at least you aren't lacking in manners. Hardly built like a soldier, though. I get enough of this hard, soft shit from Beatrice. I don't need it from you. I have my doubts that you'd be able to endure the military's training regimen with a physique like that. You sure you're training them properly, Major? Yeah, I took them swimming. My apologies, sir. Though I hear the Academy has a former bracer as their combat instructor, they must really be scraping bottom. I've heard of the Purple Lightning before, of course, but a bracer is still a bracer. Leaving such an important role in the hands of a civilian is ridiculous. The famous Thor's isn't what it used to be. Well, Walter, the promised day is coming. Well, no surprises here. It's like he fills in every box on the checklist for stereotypical Imperial Army soldier. Anyway, as Fortress Commander, allow me to welcome you to Garellia. Oh, well, thanks. Keep in mind, though, that we're constantly on alert for potential threats from the east. I have no problem with your class conducting your field study here, but see that you don't get in the way. Of course, sir. Very well, I'll take my leave here, as I have business to attend to. That's a fake door. You can't go through the door. There isn't even a prompt. Oh, but there was a... They cut and played a sound effect. I wonder if that actually is a fake door and there's just nothing behind it. Whew, Ellipsis, he's certainly strict. Well, he is responsible for keeping one of the Empire's most vital defensive fortifications running smoothly. Considering the ongoing tensions between the Empire and the Republic, you should be grateful he allowed you to come at all. I won't forget it. Now, I'm afraid I must excuse myself as well. You're welcome to tour the rest of the fortress, but don't try to enter the command center. I mean, there's no prompt. Not much I can do. Of course, good luck with your work, instructor. I'll see you later, then. Sound effect? No, they didn't play a sound effect that time. I didn't hear it anyway. Oh, now we get a prompt. Lieutenant General Walter and Major Neidhart's voices can be heard coming from within the room. Oh, they're talking about me. They seem really busy. Maybe I should look elsewhere. Alright, let's can we clip? No. That might be a fake room. Although I don't have a full door frame to do the partial clip. So, whoop. This is clearly a door that goes somewhere, but... Because we've been through here before. Can't clip here either. Yeah. Oh well. Soon, treasure chest. Ladies. Still mad at you, Laura. Lipsis. I'd heard about the fortress from my father, but seeing it in person really drives home its incredible scale. Oh yeah, your father helped train the Imperial Army in swordsmanship, doesn't he? I can see why he's so busy if he's going around training all the soldiers in places this massive. Sorry, Han. Here we go. I don't think that's causing a problem with the stream, but... I can see why he's so busy if he's going around training all the soldiers in places this massive. Indeed, I feel like the reality of that is finally sinking in for me as well. I have no idea how his teachings are actually being applied, though. Perhaps we'll have the opportunity to find out during today's military training exercises. I'm looking forward to it. I expect some of the soldiers in this fortress may have been trained by my father. Perhaps today's military exercise will give us a chance to see them put their training to use. Alright, before we talk to Fee, we didn't find the recipe, so let me head back to the mess hall and see if there's like a recipe thing on the wall or something. Because we've seen that a couple of times where... No. No. Anything on here? No. Any posters or anything in here? No. Oh, it's a coat rack. Hey, Emma, are you hiding a recipe? No? It's like not in a locker or anything, right? No. Am I missing a place? Let's see. Are there other rooms? Freight platform? Don't go. That's outside, I doubt it. I think I talked to everybody. Except Fee. Just make a quick circuit, see if I missed something. Is there anything over in here? Hi. Nope. This just goes outside. Talk to everybody here. Alright, let's see. It's the commissary, that's Emma, that's the room, that's... Did I miss it? It's not behind the desk or something, is it? I don't see anything back here. Let's check the behind the counter at the commissary. Maybe there's... Is there anything back here? Nope. Huh. Well, did I miss the recipe somewhere? Let's read the newspaper here. Alright, West Zamoria Trade Conference. The West Zamoria Trade Conference has finally commenced! As the first international conference of its kind, it has naturally become the subject of much attention and discussion since its initial announcement. We will be bringing you the latest news from Crossbill State itself, where the representatives of the various nations attending continue to arrive. I'm thinking if Sharon is Ouroboros, if I'm right about that, what does that mean for the Rhineford Company? The four nations' representatives. Each of the attendees is of the highest standing in their respective countries. Representing our nation of Erebonia will be Prince Olivier. on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor and Chancellor Osborne. The delegate from the Calvard Republic will be head of state, President Rocksmith, and the Principality of Remithyria to the north will be represented by Prince Albert. Lastly, Crown Princess Claudia will be the spokesperson for the Liberal Kingdom to the south. Orcus Tower. The conference will be held in the recently completed skyscraper Orcus Tower, overtaking the Rhineford building in Roar, as the continent's tallest building at 40 floors and over 250 yards in height. Rumor has it that you can't even see its top from the ground. It's believed that the building will be unveiled during the trade conference's opening ceremony. Of course, the recipe could just be in the other side of the left wing of the building. The conference's direction. With the heads of the various nations in Western Zamoria gathering in one place for the trade conference, what matters will be discussed. A former diplomat offered his opinion. It is difficult to predict. Oh, thanks. The president of the Calvard Republic and the head of the Arbonian government coming together for a discussion like this is unprecedented. No matter what topics of discussion come up, the outcome of this conference is sure to determine the direction of international politics for years to come. Specialists in the fields of policy, international relations, and economy will be watching with bated breath. My breath isn't bated. I flossed and brushed. Tax increase in Nortia Province. Nortia Province is set to join the provinces of Lemaire and Kreutzen in... Nortia... What's the other one? Okay, Nordia is the Rogners. Kreutzen is Alberea. Lemaris Caen. High Arms, the Sutherland province. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, Nordia province set to join the provinces of Lamar and Kreutzen in implementing significant tax increases, it appears. The unprecedentedly steep increase has been, met with staunch opposition from across the province. Furthermore, the Rhineford Company, which has its corporate headquarters in Roar, the provincial capital, has issued a statement regarding the tax increases for the first time. The company stated that it believes the increase may potentially slow the growth of the Arbonian economy, and has made its opinions known to Marquis Rogner in writing. Spotlight! Le Sage Boutique. Starting this fall, the head of store of boutique chain Le Sage will begin carrying product from Strega Corporation. We helped with that. If functional yet fashionable sneakers are what you want, come along to Le Sage. That's fun. Little shit like that. I enjoy that. Because we tested out one of their shoes when we were in Heimdall last chapter, so they're like, hey, it was a success, now they're going to stock them. It just ties the world together. I really enjoy stuff like that. Alright, let's just... safety save. What do you think, Fee? The soldiers here seem pretty well trained. Pretty well equipped, too, like you'd expect from the Empire's biggest fortress. You'd need to put in some serious prep time if you wanted to topple it. Ellipsis Fee, I'm not sure that's something you should say within earshot of the soldiers. Heh Ellipsis, old habits die hard. They do seem to be outfitted well, though. Wouldn't expect any less from the Imperial Army. Looks like we can get our supplies over at that counter, too. Seems worth a look. Yeah, I think we're good. Alright, I think I talked to everybody. Do we just wait in our room? That's Emma. Bed, bed, bed. Bed, bed. Am I missing an entire room somewhere? Alright, has anything happened outside? Nope. Oh, okay, there's the trigger. This bulletin is to inform all Thor's students... I think I just needed to walk into a different area and then back to... Probably going into the garage or anywhere else would have done the same thing. This bulletin is to inform all Thor's students that preparations for today's military exercise are now complete. Please assemble in the hangar immediately. Your transport is standing by. I repeat, ellipsis. Shoot. That's Instructor Neidhart, ellipsis. The time must have passed more quickly than I thought. I suppose I should start making my way toward the hangar. Maybe I'll run into the others on my way. We boarded the armored cars and set off towards the proving grounds. Don't worry, they're roomier on the inside. Boy, we could do tank donuts in this parking lot. The inside of the armored cars was narrow and cramped. Okay, I was wrong. Not a prediction. And the smell of machine oil hung in the musty air. The cars shook and rattled over the uneven ground, tumbling us around like an iron coffin on wheels. Eventually, ellipsis, after enduring 10 minutes of jaw-rattling travel, unable to even peek outside at the scenery, ellipsis, Jesus Christ, put some shocks in those tanks. We finally arrived at Garellia Fortress's military proving grounds. I bit my tongue. Wow, ellipsis. Oxen main battle tanks, ellipsis. There are plenty of older model tanks out there too. It even looks like they have airships here. Oh yeah, like the ones we saw in Nord. Welcome. Craig? Yep. Due to Elliot's reaction, probably. Oh, ellipsis! So that's Elliot's dad, ellipsis. I mean, he looks more like Craig the Pink from that angle. Maybe very light orange? I don't see the family resemblance. Looks like the hair made the jump from father to son, though. Oh, okay, that's better. Yeah. Reporting, Lieutenant General. Very good, Neidhart. And Instructor Valestein, I believe. Pleased to meet you. It's an honor to make your acquaintance, Lieutenant General Craig. He appears. Allow me to extend my deepest thanks for agreeing to cooperate with us for the Academy's curriculum today. And if your son dies, it's Neidhart's fault. I'm leaving him in Neidhart's hands. So anything that happens to him, not on me. Think nothing of it. Many of these fine youngsters may one day hold positions in the Imperial Army, after all. Besides, I owe a lot to old General Van Dyck. Ah, ellipsis. And these must be ellipsis. Ellipsis? What a piercing stare, ellipsis. So this is Craig the Red, ellipsis. Ellipsis. Hi, Dad. Don't mind the bear, it's my emotional support bear. Elliot, my boy! It's so good to see you again. How's the music career? Huh, ellipsis? Gobsmacked. Hugs! Yay! It must be, ellipsis, half a year now since I last saw you. How have you been? My boy! That's a sharp-looking uniform you've got, too. I bet the ladies love it. I've seen it in the photos, but it looks even better on you in person. Tell me, how many of your classmates are you dating? At least 3, right? Dad, come on, ellipsis. Ah, ellipsis, you've still got a long way to go if you want to put on some real muscle. There's a part of me that hopes you'll stay my little cherub forever, Ellipsis. Okay, I love Craig. But you're a man of Erebonia, and the men of the Empire must be strong, stout, and ready for action. Hey, one of Aryan Rod's Stallritter is stout. I forget which one. I think Diwali was she swift? Or no, what? One was stout, one was swift, and I don't remember. I thought the swift might have been the archer. Maybe Diwali was stout. I don't know. Ultimately, he is Craig the dad. It was for your own good as a man that I held back my tears and enrolled you in the military academy. Dad, Ellipsis, I can't breathe, Ellipsis. Ellipsis. I feel like everything I've been told about him was a lie, Ellipsis. There do seem to be some Ellipsis differences from the stories. You kidding me? He seems like a cool guy. Ah, what a delightful commanding officer you have, Major. Words fail me. Dad, knock it off! You're embarrassing me in front of my friends. I'll tell Fiona. Ellipsis. Ellipsis moving right along. Ellipsis. I'm Lieutenant General Olaf Craig, commander of the Imperial Army's 4th Armored Division. I've been entrusted... You know he has the best dad jokes. I've been entrusted with the role of overseeing today's joint military exercise. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You'd think the scar was from many battles, but, you know, his wife said, hey, why don't you try your hand at piano? And somehow he ended up with a facial scar, and he's like, you know what, maybe music just isn't for me. Likewise, sir. Pleasure, sir. You've got one heck of a dad, Elliot, Ellipsis. Believe me, I feel it in the bones, Ellipsis. I think he crushed my ribcage. Now, let me give you a brief rundown of what will be happening. This exercise will be... It's some very verdant hills we've got in the background there. Very lush. This exercise will consist of a simulated battle conducted by 2 of our armored divisions. Armored regiments at the formation center, infantry, armored cars, and airships will work in tandem, Ellipsis, using their maneuverability to the fullest to obliterate the targets. As our targets today, we will be using previous model tanks that have been decommissioned from service. Autopilot functionality will allow them to evade and return fire, but they've only been armed with paint bullets. If I'm remembering from the opening of the game, I think the problem was that they... the automated tanks controls got overridden or something like that. It's been several months, hard to remember. However, all other regiments taking part in today's exercise have been equipped with live ammunition. Ellipsis! So, you intend to actually destroy the other tanks? Ha! It would hardly be a live fire exercise if we didn't. The current time is 1400 hours, Ellipsis, right on schedule. Do we want to be standing this close? We'll now begin today's joint military exercise. Armored Divisions 4 and 5, commence combat operations! Glory to the Empire and the Imperial Army! Begin! Yes, sir. 5th Armored Division, Armored Regiment will advance first. Armored Car Regiment and Infantry Regiment follow their lead. There's probably like one guy in the remote tank that did not get the memo that that's a live fire exercise and all the decommissioned tanks are being driven remotely. Poor guy. 4th Armored Division, Armored Regiment and Infantry Regiment, advance together. Armored Car Regiment, deploy to the left and right. Your left and right or our left and right, sir? That's a weird-looking paint pellet. We're really good at destroying autonomous drones with paint bullets. I don't know, if the terrorists ever used live ammunition, we're probably screwed. Ellipsis. Wow! It's certainly ellipsis potent ellipsis. So this is the kind of firepower it takes to fight a modern war ellipsis. Ellipsis. You said those tanks are called Eisens? Yeah, they're a type of main battle tank the Reinford Company developed 2 years ago. I've seen their spec sheets, but seeing their power firsthand tells you what numbers and decimal points don't. Showing off by wasting half their tanks on training. It's like, yeah, I mean, they are decommissioned, but... I mean... You could just, like, build a bunch of cardboard boxes. You know? They're probably still fine. They might be the strongest heavy tanks on the continent. And the Imperial Army's got a couple hundred of those in the wings, huh? Specifically in that wing right there. That's all of them sitting... Okay, just interested. That's kind of crazy. You try fighting things like these head-on, you won't stand a chance. I mean, we did fight a tank once. I mean, at the end of the day, I think we needed we needed an artifact to shut the damn thing down, but... Yeah, that's as true for our own nation as it is for others. Ellipsis. Just can't get used to this. Just the sound of the artillery firing is enough to make me start shaking, Ellipsis. I don't think that's something you should get used to. I mean, Ellipsis, if the sound of guns and warfare ever stopped bothering you, I'd be worried. Green, Ellipsis. Whoop. I guess this is another kind of strength. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Thus, the military exercise came to an end. The 4th Armored Division, led by Lieutenant General Craig, withdrew to an encampment near the fortress. Meanwhile, we returned to the fortress, where Major Neidhart outlined the results of the training exercise. After that, Ellipsis, we went to bed. Night times. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sorry you had to wait for us to finish. Don't worry about it. We're the guests here after all. Thanks for your consideration. At the very least, I'd say dinner's a million times better than lunch was. I mean, it's hashed beef day. Ellipsis, that's an Imperial Army tradition, isn't it? Ooh, just the smell's making me hungry. Oh yeah, where'd your instructor go? Which one? Oh, that one. She's a real looker. I was hoping to get a chance to talk to her. She went to see the fortress commander with Instructor Neidhart. Yeah, she did ask us to eat without her tonight. Right. Well, if she's with Major Neidhart, Ellipsis. It's hard to compete with those guys from the 4th Armored Division. Yeah, it'd be enough if they just had Craig the Red, but they've got the Major too, and he's kind of scary. Ellipsis. Like a division of muscle men, Ellipsis. Anyway, I shouldn't wax on about how much I want to bone your teacher. We shouldn't keep you tied up any longer. Your hash beef's gonna go cold. See you tomorrow, guys. Do. No, Sabas, Elliot's still kicking. Olaf nearly crushed him to death in a bear hug, but, you know. Wow, it's actually delicious, Ellipsis. And that's a generous damn portion that everybody's getting. Holy crap. It's like night and day compared to what we had for lunch. You're telling me, Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Come on, guys. What's with all the gloomy faces? I think you guys might have had a bit too rosy of an outlook. What were you expecting to see out there? I'm sure you can understand at least a little of how we feel. It's like, Ellipsis, has everything we've learned in our time at the Academy been for nothing? Academics, the arts, individual skill in combat, Ellipsis, none of those matter in the slightest in real warfare, do they? It's true. If all you're looking to do is fight a war, you don't need any of those. All you need is plenty of troops at your command, the latest weaponry, and overwhelming firepower, Ellipsis. Assuming you know the tactics to use them well, and a strategy that employs them effectively, I suppose. The Oxtens are even more powerful than I was expecting them to be, too. I remember my mother boasting about their capabilities when she was trying to sell them to the army 2 years ago, but Ellipsis. To be honest, I'm feeling somewhat disheartened as well. I can't see there being a place for swords on the battlefield with weapons like those in the front lines. Well, I don't think that means individual combat skill doesn't matter at all, Ellipsis. Still, Ellipsis, I think maybe we've been misunderstanding something important all this time. What we saw in that military exercise today was power in its purest form. It has no morality of its own, Ellipsis. It exists to bring about a result, regardless of the ideals or principles of those who wield it. That's true, Ellipsis. In a sense, the same could be said of a sword or a gun. And all the way up to something as huge as Garellia's railway guns, too. I think I finally understand why they wanted us to watch that military exercise in the first place. They could have taught us in a less roundabout fashion. Well, looks like you didn't wait for me to start the party. You said to eat without you! Instructor Sarah, Ellipsis. So one of the 5th Division guys was asking about you. So you spoke with the commander? Sure did. I've got up-to-date info on the trade conference too, Ellipsis. As well as all the latest on the terrorists. Ellipsis? So there's new information about the Imperial Liberation Front? Anyway, before I get to that, let me explain what you'll be doing tomorrow. In the morning, you're scheduled to participate in the Imperial Army's physical fitness training. In the afternoon, you'll be attending a special lecture where I'll bring you up to speed on that info I just mentioned. Are we baiting Crow? Is this trying to get him to make a move? After that, we've been granted special permission to view the railway guns. I see, Ellipsis. Looking forward to that. Sounds like we've got a pretty packed schedule. Well, we did bring you all the way out here, so we might as well make the most of it. Every nation possesses power in the form of a military, whether that military is large or small. Garellia Fortress just happens to have that power in a very striking, easy-to-understand form. As students of a military academy, you have an obligation to know the scale of that power, Ellipsis. The Empire of Erebonia wields at present a power you might one day be in charge of yourselves. What, Ellipsis? Ellipsis? Yee. Anyway, even a meeting that long couldn't keep me away from trying the famous hashed beef rice. I've heard it's the only decent food they have around here, so I've been looking forward to this all day. We should probably finish eating. Yeah, Ellipsis, though it's gotten a bit cold now. Maybe I'll go and ask for seconds. Oh, Eustace, if you don't want the rest of yours, can I have it? I'd sooner throw it away than give it to you. Golly. Oh, hey, there's a tank on the roof. Or no, that's an airship. I think that's the airship that on the platform that we were investigating earlier. Oh, check this pom-pom party. Whoever this girl is, she's kicking my ass. Okay, that should do it. Alright, that covers today's quota. Whew! I'm looking forward to a nice long bath. Where are you going to bathe? I haven't seen any facilities. Well, you know how every time there's a military exercise coming up, the workload gets pretty crazy like this. Still, at least managing inventory has gotten a lot easier thanks to the orbital net. They've got everything hooked up on the network over in Crossbell, right? Wish the Empire would get on that a bit more. Think of the utility ellipsis. Well, from the sound of it, you need special equipment to send signals through a wired connection to make use of it. And considering the size of the Empire, it's probably going to be a while before it's a widespread thing here. Hello? Huh? An orb mail, ellipsis? Looks like it's from HQ. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! This right here is the problem with the orbital net. There's no such thing as off hours when they can just send you orders round the clock. Well, I just don't check my email when I'm not on the clock. If they want me, they can call me. Oh, what's going on? Speaking of which, I am on call. I should put my phone near me. Okay, yeah. Nothing going on. So, get this. They're planning on doing some extra exercise tomorrow. Oh, really? That means we've got to outfit 20 Oxens with C units by tomorrow. 20! Seriously? Might as well start up another pot of coffee. We're in for an all-nighter for sure. Do we even have that many C units left? Actually, another lot came by freight just this evening. Exactly 20, if you can believe it. Huh. Weird. I guess we'll just have to get it done. Crap, ellipsis. At least let us take a shower. I'm gonna head down to the mess hall and grab some snacks. You want anything? Yeah, corned beef rice thing. I think that's all I had. That's a sneaky little plan. Here we are. Back to the beginning. Well, I mean, we've got a few hours until we get there, I guess, but... Hut, 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 hut. Last, after what seemed like enough adventure to fill a week, we reached the final day of our field study. Over in Crossbell State, we were busy preparing for preparing for today's keynote session at the trade conference. We spent the morning running through the Imperial Army's physical fitness program alongside some of the soldiers' ellipsis, and after completing it, no easy task I might add, we sat down to a lukewarm redux of today's lunch. That afternoon, ellipsis, during our special military science lecture, we were presented with a confidential report on the terrorists. The Imperial Liberation Front is in Crossbell? That's right, or at least that's what the Intelligence Division believes. Looks like a known terrorist organization from the Calvard Republic has turned up in Crossbell, too. Situation over there is pretty touch and go right now. Oh no, ellipsis! What are the authorities doing, Ellipsis? Everything they can, naturally. However, operations are being handled solely by the Intelligence Division. They refuse to tell the Imperial Army anything, just that they have a trusted ally taking care of things. Milliam, what's going on? But who does the Intelligence Division trust? You've got to know something about this, right, Short Stack? Well, Ellipsis, I do, but I can't really tell you anything. I guess it's not a breach of confidentiality to tell you they're a really strong bunch, though. It's still pretty vague, Ellipsis. I've got a few ideas. Bet you do. Anyway, there's not much point in us worrying about that right now. The bigger issue is that our terrorists of the hour, the Imperial Liberation Front, are a bigger crew than we thought. Big enough to be in possession of a state-of-the-art military airship, at least. Seriously? An airship? Can we assume Reinford's the manufacturer, then? Correct. Just how something that large found its way into the hands of insurgents is currently unknown, Ellipsis. But it seems to be a high-speed model, different from the Imperial armored types favored by the heavily armored types favored by the Imperial Army. I'd bet it's from the RF-26 series. There's a number of different models within that series, though, Ellipsis. But if they have an airship, that means they're going to be a whole lot more difficult to catch, doesn't it? It's exactly what it means. It's basically impossible to keep tabs on them as it is. With an airship in their possession, there's no telling when or where they'll pop up next. Ellipsis. That's quite worrying, especially since Prince Oliver is attending the conference. And Toa's in Crossbell right now, too. Yeah, Ellipsis. Damn, Ellipsis, now you've got me worrying. Oh, Ellipsis, take it easy. I don't think you have anything to worry about with Gramps and Lecter over there. Well, that aside, Ellipsis, if the terrorists' attention is currently focused on Crossbell, does that mean the Empire is effectively safe right now? You raise a good point, Laura Ellipsis. They did target Princess Alphen during the summer festival last month. It's possible it's just a feint. They may just want us to believe they're targeting the Chancellor. The Railway Military Police thought so too, which is why they've increased the security level here at home. The Emperor and everyone else connected to the Imperial family should be safe. We've also beefed up security anywhere that seemed short-handed. As well prepared as ever, I see. At any rate, you finally uncovered some information on the terrorists' identities, correct? That's right, though once again we have the Intelligence Division to thank for that. If you turn your attention to the screen, please. Hey, it's Gideon. I know that face. Gee! That's the man who kidnapped Princess Alphen and Elise in Heimdall. Not to mention he tried to start a war with Calvard in the Nord Highlands. So, who is he? His full name is Michael Gideon. Oh! So the letters are not necessarily the first name. Michael Gideon. He used to be an assistant professor at the Imperial Academy in Heimdall. That man a teacher? So, an academic ellipsis. Right, his focus was political philosophy. 3 years ago, he was dismissed from his position due to his intense criticism of Chancellor Osborne's hardline policies. Okay, well, at least Gideon doesn't seem to be a resident of a independent territory that got annexed. He lost his job. He got shit-canned. Oh, ellipsis. So getting laid off set him on the road to terrorism? Well, it sounds like the actual reason he was let go was because he was handing out tracts and flyers in public. You'll find these kinds of idealists at the heart of most terrorist groups, though. In seeding a group with their core ideology, they twist it to be even more militant and radical. You can't even reason with them either. Well, I mean, Gideon, when the SSS fought him, when they fight him later today anyway, they're like, dude, terrorism? Really? Dude. And G's like, huh, never thought of it like that. Okay, maybe doing a terrorism was a bit much. And then he died. Yeah, they just don't know when to give up. Sounds like some other groups I know. So, do we know anything about the others? We crossed paths with what I can only assume were 3 other key members last month in Heimdall. Yes, ellipsis. S, V, and C ellipsis. It seems like they haven't been able to dig up much on those 3 yet. Their strongest lead right now is that V may have belonged to a Jaeger Corps. I mean, that's, you know, not surprising. I think. What were my predictions for the names? I think it was probably Susan. Susan and Victor. Yeah. Their strongest lead right now is that, yes, Jaeger Corps. Interesting, ellipsis. He was toting around this machine gun that looked like it should have been mounted on a vehicle. Did he seem at all familiar to you, Fee? Ellipsis, not really. They're working on narrowing down the identity of S, too, but it's too early to make any informed statements. The real unknown is their leader, C. Really? I wonder if she's, keeping the cards close to her vest, or if she genuinely doesn't know. Ah, the one in the visored helmet, ellipsis. I heard he was able to go toe-to-toe with Reen, Laura, and Fee simultaneously. I must find that hard to believe, ellipsis. I don't. I imagine there are plenty of people in the Empire who could do so. It goes without saying that the Radiant Blade Master could fend 3 of us off without much of a problem, ellipsis. But I'd bet good Mira, Instructor Sarah, and Major Neidhart could do it too. I mean, after all, she kicked, Machias Eusis in my ass back in Chapter 2, whenever it was. Ellipsis. I can't say for certain. You guys are level 50 now. Ah! Look at Mr. Modesty over here. The Major here is widely held to be one of the strongest up-and-coming officers in the entire army. Sabe's big muscle guy was a Jaeger? Who would have thought? Yeah. SCV, they're a StarCraft unit. I've heard people mention him right alongside Major Vander. Laying it on a little thick today, aren't we, ellipsis? Going by the family name, it seems safe to assume he's a practitioner of the Vander style of swordsmanship. No doubt a relative of Lieutenant General Vander from Zender Gate. Ahem, ellipsis, while I would question whether I can stand on equal footing with them, Major Vander's unquestionably strong. He was my classmate during the military academy years, and quite close to Prince Olivier, too, as well. In fact, he's in Crossbell right now, serving as the Prince's bodyguard. Whoa. Well, that's reassuring to know. But getting back to the point, it's not just C, we still know very little about their group as a whole. Even their source of funding is a mystery. Oh, I had a prediction on that. So even if they're a no-show in Crossbell, I doubt we've heard the last of them. And call it coincidence or fate, but you've put the kibosh on their schemes twice now. 3 times. Although, yeah, I guess they didn't make the... Yeah, they didn't make themselves known in Celtic. Although Elliot should have put that together, because he heard the flute. He wasn't with us in Nord, though. He was with us in Heimdall, so he saw the flute. So... It's entirely possible they've come to hold a personal grudge against you, so be careful. Right. Yeah, Ellipsis, we'll be sure to keep that in mind. Ellipsis. Eventually, the afternoon series of special lectures came to an end, Ellipsis. And it was finally time to get a peek at Garellia Fortress's infamous railway guns. Later that afternoon. Yeah. You'll now be shown to the area where the railway guns are housed. All of what you're about to see is highly classified. I presume you're aware of the protocol surrounding confidential intel? Are you? Yes, instructor. I'm getting kind of nervous, Ellipsis. Me too. Guys, it's just the railway guns. I've seen them before. They're nothing to get all excited over, Ellipsis. They're not as cool as our Getlem. Orion, this part of the field study isn't mandatory for you. If you'd like to stay here and wait for us, that'd be more than okay. Jeez, I'm just kidding. I don't want to be the only one left behind. Honestly, Ellipsis. Excuse me a moment. It's my mother. This is Neidhart speaking. Yes, hello, Commander Walter. Wait, Muller wants to speak to me? Of course, put him through. What could you possibly be calling about at a time like this? Ellipsis. What? What's happening, Ellipsis? Put him on speaker! Ellipsis, is he taking a call from someone outside the fortress on his Arcus? Sure looks that way, Ellipsis. Ellipsis? Understood. We'll be on alert here as well. Yes, Ellipsis. Right. Take care out there. Did something happen in Crossbell? I'm afraid so. A short while ago, the skyscraper where the conference is taking place came under attack by the Imperial Liberation Front. The attack was... and the camera... yeah. The attack was carried out via airship, Ellipsis. Fortunately, they were able to repel the terrorists, and Prince Olivia, Chancellor Osborne, and the others are unharmed. What about Tawa? What about female student? However, it's too early to tell if the danger is truly past. Ellipsis. They really did attack the conference, Ellipsis. Damn hedonists. How foolish. That's not all, is it? Something else strange happened. What was it? The terrorists were somehow able to gain access to the orbital net and manipulate the shutters that partitioned the building. Furthermore, they had with them a force of mechanical monsters. I don't like the sound of that. You read his name as Major Nuthard? Sabes. Protocol. Oh, I know. Share everything you see, learn with random guy that looks like anime protag, realize what you just did, stop yourself too late, and ask them to forget it. There you go. You found something like that in Legram, right? Yeah, we ran into one on the highway there. They broke into the orbital net, Ellipsis. Major, how much of Garellia Fortress is connected to the network? At present, it's only used for inventory and equipment management by the maintenance staff, Ellipsis. Oh, we're not going to get to see the railway guns now. What was that? Or at least not for a little bit. A tremor? It came from right below us. Below? The hangar! Hey, where... no, stop, wait, come back. What the hell, Ellipsis? Are the tanks hedonists too? The Oxens. Ellipsis. What happened here? They just started moving, Ellipsis. No one's inside, Ellipsis. They just started moving on their own. Did the C unit start malfunctioning, Ellipsis? No, they couldn't have, Ellipsis. What's a C unit? It's an automatic control unit that we put on vehicles that are going to serve as targets in military exercises, Ellipsis. Ellipsis, how did C units end up attached to our most advanced tanks? This is Ellipsis. Really bad. Ellipsis. I'm going to assess the situation. I need you here to help fight the fires and assist the injured maintenance staff. Yes, sir. Please be careful out there. I didn't say kids come with me, but okay. Ellipsis. This is crazy Ellipsis. Hold on a minute. Are automatic control systems really capable of that level of advanced maneuvering? No, they're definitely not. Our current technology isn't capable of anything nearly this advanced. But if you were to apply the tech used in the archaisms, Ellipsis, it suddenly becomes a whole lot more possible. Ellipsis. Instructor, are you saying that the Society might be involved in this? I'd say it's looking more likely by the minute. What are they, Ellipsis? Isn't the proving ground we visited yesterday out that way? That and the rest of Erebonia, yeah. Ellipsis, just what are they planning? Luring us away or something? What in Idios' name is going on here? Why are unmanned tanks roving around blasting the hell out of this base on their own? Well, Ellipsis, it seems that last night, Headquarters sent an order to the engineers to fit those tanks with C units. Preposterous! I gave no such order! But never mind that. Right now, we need to focus on extinguishing the fires and quelling the confusion. And send a request for assistance to the 4th Armored Division. Arg, Ellipsis. What should we do? Pardon me. I can't see us being able to catch up to them without a force at the very least. But what's their goal? What are they trying to accomplish here? Whatever it is, they definitely have some kind of game plan. You can't just stand aside and do nothing. Leave this to us! Isn't that Ellipsis? Dad? Look at him standing there, arms crossed. Is he gonna fall over as it corners? No, his balance is insane. Hi, son, I look awesome and cool, don't I? You're proud of your old man, aren't you? But don't talk to us, go get him! General Ellipsis. HQ's appraised me of the situation. Leave those rogue tanks to us. We can't rule out the possibility that they're a diversion. I want you all to stay here. Good, because, yeah. Understood, sir. Thank you, General. Be careful, Dad. You too, Elliot. 4th Armored Division, advance! Take out those out-of-control tanks by any means necessary. Our opponents are unmanned. There's no need to hold back. I mean, those are really expensive, but, yeah. Yes, General. Wow, Ellipsis, your dad's really something else, Elliot. Ellipsis, I admit, he is pretty cool when he takes charge like that. Well, it seems we no longer need to worry about those tanks at least, Ellipsis. But what are they after? That's the question of the hour, isn't it? We can't let our guard down just yet. We can let our guard down later. Riding a tank without an orbital helmet? Poor form, yeah. Might I suggest we fall back to the fortress, Major? Prudent move. After we assess the level of damage inside... Hey, aren't those Ellipsis? What in the Ellipsis? Ellipsis. Imperial Liberation Front? Whoa, there's 2 of them! There's no way they could have known they had... There's no way we could have known they had another force lying in wait. Ah! The hangar, Ellipsis! Oh, sure, just park that anywhere.
Do they seriously think they could reach an impregnable fortress?
They're just terrorists! Wipe them out!
Terrorists have feelings, too.
Right back at you!
That's why they're terrorists. They might be okay. Ow! Ow! Oh, man. Getting punched in the face with a Gatling gun, that would suck.
Alright, let's get this party started then. We're headed straight for the left railway gun. If anyone gets in our way, fill them full of holes. Yeah!
Yeah! And, let's see what Susan can do.
What's the Imperial Liberation Front doing here?
The terrorist stuff.
I thought they were in Crossbow.
Well, that is the main attraction. They sure didn't put up much of a fight, did they? Our mission is to support Comrade G over in Crossbow. Our target is the right railway gun.
Imperio ab... I can't read the rest. I'm trying to read her tattoo.
Let's show him some beautiful fireworks, shall we?
Yes, ma'am!
Aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you sensitive about that? Dun, dun. Oh. Yeah, they're going for both the left and right wings, Ellipsis. Shit. It's the railway guns they're after? No, Ellipsis. Are they gonna fire them at the trade conference where the Chancellor is? And Toa? Adorable little Toa? Best girl Toa? The OG female student? If a shot from one of the railway guns hit that building, it'd blow the place to smithereens. So that's what they're after. This situation has escalated far beyond the scope of your field study. I want you all to stand by here. No way! We can't just stand idle while these insurgents run amok. If you won't take us with you, then we'll take action ourselves. Tch, Ellipsis. Well, that's Eustace's line. Look, time's one luxury we don't have. I think it's best to have them help us. Listen up, we're going back into the fortress. Still have a recipe to find. Groups A and B, you're with me. So that's... everyone. Except Neidhart, I guess. Let's do this! Scratch. Yes, it's... yeah? Oh, this is the game's opening again? Okay. But it's a little different this time, innit? Protect female student times, says Caleb. Random person on Twitch. Oh, I got late to the stream. Oh, it's okay, you just started the playthrough. Yeah.
It's no use! Can't even scratch them! What's happening? Who's in control of those things?
The only things I remember from the opening eye catch that we haven't seen yet. Like, we've seen all the characters, we've seen the Bone Dragon. The only thing we haven't seen is there was a kind of glowy, ethereal-looking bird thing, and a very indistinct black smoke vortex monster thing, so I think that's the only thing from the opening we haven't seen.
Get in touch with the 4th Armored Division! We need backup from Lieutenant General Craig!
Yep, this line is at the very beginning of the game, and I of course didn't know Elliot's name was Craig yet, so when he was finally introduced, I'd completely forgotten about this name. There he is. This wasn't in the opening. God, did he put, like, magnets in his boots so that he could stand so ramrod straight on the, tank? This is the same as the opening, except we had our red jackets on, and Crow and Milliam were not with us. And Eustace didn't have rabbit ears. So this is definitely the preferred timeline.
Smoke. Are they using gunpowder?
Yeah, they're using bullets, not orbital shots, so they're killing people. Dialogue looks the same. The difference is, in the beginning of the game, I think it was like, black-haired boy and bespectacled girl were the names given for the different people. Let's see, everybody does. It's just funny to me that, in theory, we knew what Elliot's real deal was in being in Class 7. Yeah. Caleb, those people are fine, by the way. They dropped their tomatoes on the way back from the Purtzel farm. Yeah, they had the acerbic tomatoes. They just fell on a bunch of tomatoes.
They completely blindsided us. It appears that everything else they've done today was to serve as a decoy, even making the tanks go haywire.
Right. It looks like their real target was the railway guns all along. Which means they must be serious about targeting that trade conference in Crossbell City.
Noi is peeking over your shoulder and staring at your cleavage, Sarah. Yeah, just get... I've got a few reviving bombs, it's fine. I think I've got like 3 reviving bombs and like 11 celestial bombs, so should be good.
They wouldn't.
How can they possibly sink?
So, they're intent on taking the Chancellor's head after all.
I think Reen has a big psi here, but I already counted it at the beginning, so... Does that count as another psi? I mean, maybe... I'd say it does count, since I'm going for new timeline.
Resorting to such wanton violence? This is absolutely outrageous.
Truly, truly, truly outrageous.
This does look kind of bad.
Well, that's a new line, of course.
Understatement of the year.
There's the psi. So, slightly different scene, so I'm gonna go ahead and call that a psi. It's the same voice clip, but...
Please, let us help. We don't know if reinforcements are on the way, and it doesn't look like we have much time left. We have to stop them before they can activate the railway guns.
Green's right.
I don't know how much we can really do, but considering the alternative, we have to try.
I'm not about to let those terrorists have their way.
Their hedonist ways!
Looks like any attempt to convince you otherwise would fall on deaf ears. All right. Reen, you and the rest of Group A are with me. Group B, you'll be under the command of Major Neidhart.
One group will secure the gun at the right wing. The other group will secure the left. This is an actual combat situation, with real lives at stake. I expect the best from each of you.
Elliot, please don't die. Your dad would be so cross with me.
Yes, sir! Alright, Class 7. Our objective is to stop the activation of the railway guns.
Save Toa!
We've learned a lot at the Academy. It's Time to put that knowledge to the test.
And I'm sure there's other people there too.
Understood.
While Sarah's joined to the party, the number of support members is increased to 3. Oh, right. And we can use the burst link attack. Oh yeah, there was an extra link attack option at the very beginning of the game that we never got back around to using. An attack on all enemies performed by 2 link pairs, which consumes the bravery points you gain from repeated assist attacks. There we go. Okay, so it takes 5, so we can now bank up to 5 and do a burst, which I guess, cures all parties' abnormal statuses. Ah, okay, that's useful. Alright. Don't have time to backtrack. We need to hurry to the right wing's railway gun. Alright. Diablo and Pain. That's pretty good. There's one more evasion. She's already got some. Long garment, distinctive, refreshing blue color. Well, we could give her the lunar robe. Sure. She comes with her own evergreen. I may want to make a save and strip that from her. Let's see. Oh yeah, Grail Locket. We got one of those. Let's see. She's got Judgment Bolt, okay. Thor. Action 3, Shield 3, LaForte, Sleep, Recuria, that's helpful. Cast 2, Judgment Bolt, and then Attack 3. It's not a bad loadout. Okay. I just want to look at it. Well, that's... recover HP and EP through attacks and crafts. Okay. Alright, where's Sarah? There she is. Okay, so we're link level 3 with Sarah. That's not bad. Okay, we've got our heavy hitters. There's Million. Well, she's got a gun, so we can move her down a little bit. Attacks with bolts and lightning, unbalance. Alright. Physical abilities, strength and speed up. Okay. Lightning bolt, unbalance. Plasma storm. Alright. Alright. There's our treasure chest. Ah, yeah, see, this wasn't here yesterday. That wasn't there yesterday, but that's alright. CP is still kind of low, but that's alright. Okay, so we're gonna stand over here, looking longingly at that treasure chest while I take a break. Alright, back in a little bit. Alright. Test 1, 2, 3. Okay. Alright, let's get that treasure chest. Oh, and make sure Toa doesn't die.
Here they come.
They look just like that thing we fought during our field study.
Mechanical monstrosities.
Save the talking for later. We need to take these things out.
Got it!
Here they come! Be careful, everyone!
Go!
Okay. Okay. Now.
Oh, hey, U material. Always like that. Tri-attack R2, Patrol Archasm, released by the Imperial Liberation Front, very mobile and capable of machine gun and missile fire. Ow.
My turn.
Okay. Do it!
Right.
Alright, Laura, you're gonna have to work to get yourself back up into my good graces. That'll help.
It's my turn. Now.
Thanks. Oh no, you don't. My turn.
Oh, Sarah's on fire. That's less than ideal.
It's my turn. Here.
Oh no, you don't!
Sorry.
Here we go!
And one for me. Of course.
Hey, Tiberius. Phalanx J9, also U material. Alright, Arcane designed to aid the conquering enemies' strongholds, fire small missiles effective against bunched up enemies.
Okay. It's my turn.
Oh, someone's still here. Oh, yeah, this little guy.
Here we go!
My turn.
Status.
Of course.
My turn!
Thanks. It's my turn. Okay.
Okay, burn in daylight.
So Sarah's Master Quartz is level 4. I'm guessing it just doesn't earn any XP, maybe? U material, yay!
No doubt about it. Those things were the same as the one we fought outside the Gram.
It seems a large number of them are on the loose inside the fortress. I'm guessing that's what got the soldiers we just saw too.
Seems so. They definitely look more like orbally powered archaisms than monsters.
So these are archaisms.
Are you certain, Instructor?
Yeah, they're a kind of autonomous weapon made by a rather unsavory group, and a real pain to deal with, too. We need to hurry, but keep your wits about you.
Understood.
What the?
Looks like they were packing explosive charges. We'll need to find another route.
4. Where's 3? Did I miss a room somewhere? Oh, that... This is probably 3 right here. Hmm.
Oh, a treasure chest.
Hey, mine 3, alright.
Here they come. Stay focused, class.
Here we go.
My turn.
Purple lightning!
See that coming? Right. Huh.
Okay.
Free spell? Okay. Hmm.
Here we go.
My turn.
Free spell! Bonk. It's not her strong suit. What do you want?
Burning daylight.
Alright. Got the treasure chest. That was a mine 3. Pretty sure Emma already has mine 3. Yes, she does. Okay.
Here's our turn. Don't mess it up.
Go.
Oh, that's a new one. Okay.
My turn. Right. Hey.
Okay. Analyzing the enemy's vitals. All complete.
Oh, also you material. Alright, nice. Patrol Arc, Tri-Attacker HD. Patrol Arc Eisen released by the Liberation Front. Reduces foe's movement and defense with electromagnetism.
My turn.
My turn. Right.
Okay.
Go. That's the power of the 8 leaves.
Just checking. Alright. Oh.
Enemy sighted. Take him out. My turn.
Leave it to me.
It's my turn. Here.
Of course.
Go!
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Hey! Evil will fall before my blade.
Oh, millions. Okay. Ancient glyph. All right. Reduced AT delay after Earth Arts. Huh. All right. That's where I came in.
It seems this is a storage area.
Really?
Plenty of archaisms wandering around here, too.
Hey, Zerum powder. How about that?
Now's our chance. Let's get him. My turn.
All right, let's see.
Sorry.
Come on, Lammy.
Summons a megalith high above, then drops it. Boy, that is expensive. Alright, let's see what it does.
Activate.
My turn.
Right. Hey!
Okay.
Leave it to me.
It's my turn. That's for you.
Right. Hey!
Leave it to me.
Okay.
The battle's over, but stay alert, everyone.
I cast powerful magic. Big rock! Which direction am I facing? Okay.
Here's our chance. Don't mess it up. Okay. Didn't see that coming.
Right. Hey!
Yes, sir. Gear up.
I've got this.
It's my turn.
The battle's over, but stay alert, everyone.
2U material. Ha ha ha. Big rock seems like the kind of magic Milliam could imagine, yeah. Let's see. There's the barracks. Looks like there's some goodies over here, though.
There seems to be a treasure chest here.
Action 3, alright. I think everyone who needs one has one. Which way does it go when I jump this way?
Finally got around to the other side.
The path to the right leads deeper into the fort. Let's keep moving.
Like, I don't think this obstruction was here the first time we came through here. I think we just walked pretty much straight to where we were going. There's 206. There's 3. It's a journal belonging to one of the Imperial Army soldiers. Aha! Here we go. The recipe for the mess hall's hashed beef rice is sticking out of it. Nice. There we go. Been looking for that. I was afraid I might have missed it somehow. Alright. Well, I know there's important things happening, but alright, hashed beef rice. Onion, potato, tomato, grains, meat, and globbly fat. Alright.
I'll do what I can. It looks great if I do say so myself.
Noble demi-glaze rice. Alright.
Your funeral. This one's a million exclusive.
Artistic Oma rice. Alright.
Well, if I must. What in Adios' name is this?
Hampering rice. Alright. May as well make one hashed beef rice. We don't have one.
Okay, let's give
Or
this
we
a
can
try.
try anyway. Yep.
What even is this?
Alright, I'll give it a try. Not bad.
There we go. Caleb says atrocious raid is one of those. I assume it's this one. Tracks you could just play the whole game to. Thank you, Falcom. Tiberius says, just love how this series, some of the most powerful magic is weirdly esoteric, and yet some is just big rock, big fire. Yeah. Alright. Noble demi-glaze rice. Rice in a flavorful, mellow demi-glaze sauce. There we go. Hashed beef rice. Meal served once a week in the Imperial Army. Yeah. Artistic Oma rice. A playful omelet with a picture drawn and a sauce on top of it. Okay. And hampering rice. A hashed beef rice that's too sticky to actually eat. It's sticky, so you throw it at enemies and it delays them. That's pretty funny.
I welcome all challengers.
My turn.
Ooh, almost. Donkey missile! I missed everybody. Alright.
Here we go.
Yeah. The battle's over, but stay alert, everyone.
That gift horse has a mouth, but I ain't looking in it. Where the hell are... This is a nice room! I don't know where we ended up, but this is a nice room. They've got
It's
it.
a beautiful looking treasure chest.
They got a orbital terminal in here and everything. They got a sink and some oil drums. Flare bomb. What is that? Two flames collide, causing a great explosion. Plus. I think we're going this way? Yeah. Because I cheesed it, but yeah.
Go! There! Now's our chance!
And one for me.
Right.
Ha!
Evil will fall before my blade.
More U material. I am pleased. Lots of goodie boxes. Battle scopes, alright. Take those.
Oh, that's a beautiful looking treasure chest.
Vanish. Attacks and crafts can vanish enemies. Huh. Okay. Exactly what it says on the tin. Jump, Reen! Jump! Alright. Okay, use turbo, Reen. There we go.
Oh, an Ormond charging station. That door near it looks like it leads outside.
Probably an external corridor. Everyone, follow me.
More goodie boxes, enemies, treasure chest way over there. Can you see it? Let me zoom in. You can see it on the map. Alright. So we took a time out to cook. Now we need to find like a fishing spot. Take time out to do that too. Probably should have saved, but that's alright. Ah! Hey, there's Orcus Tower. Still standing, at least.
Where are we?
This must be Garellia Canyon. You can see Crossbell State on the other side.
There!
Those are...
The railway guns. They're enormous.
They sure are.
Damn! How did they manage to get them prepped so fast? Don't tell me they're just gonna let them rip without even setting a target!
Instructor!
Are these control unit archaisms?
Oh, C unit, control unit. Ah, that makes
They're
sense.
certainly not shy about bringing out the big guns.
So that's what's driving the tanks.
We don't have time for this! We need to take these things out fast!
Right there with you.
Let's send these cretins to the scrap heap.
I mean, as long as you don't miss Laura. Alright.
Okay.
Purple lightning!
Let's see you live through this.
By the power of Grayskull!
Plasma storm!
Of course.
Shatter!
No, you don't!
It's my turn.
Ouch.
Analyzing the enemy's vitals. All complete.
Zephyranthes. Also U material. Large archaism designed for defending strongholds. Reduce as enemy numbers with lasers and immense firepower. Ouch.
My turn.
Thank you very much.
Just in case she gets targeted on this turn. And she was, but it missed, so still a fine idea, I think. Let's see what we want to do. You're both the same thing? Okay, good.
No escape! Off guard! Our time is now!
Leave it to me, then.
Leave it to me!
Cool.
Here we go.
Okay. I'm sorry for the trouble. Come on, Lammy.
I don't have an impede. Nope.
That's for you!
Rock on, head.
My turn.
Here we go! There!
My turn! Gear up! I'll take it from here.
My turn.
Now! Full!
Leave it to me.
Go!
Now!
Too slow! That's
Emma almost died there. Laura, once again, you've come up short! Whose is that? That's, Eustace's. Judgment Bolt, okay. ATS is up for 5 turns at 50, nice. And with low, and Defensive Arts deal critical damage, 30% chance. Alright. And you material. Okay, let's see what happens.
I did it! A self-destruct mechanism. Is their cowardice know no bounds?
We're running out of time. I'm gonna go on ahead. Follow me as soon as you're sure it's safe to...
Railway guns.
No, no, no!
No. Don't! Stop! What?
I guess it just had to ask nicely.
They didn't launch anything.
It was a blank. A dry fire. Eustace commenting on Sky FC enemies where nearly every enemy self-destructs.
Oh, maybe the first bullet in each of the railway guns is a blank to prevent firing accidents.
That's a pretty good idea, actually.
What?
They do that?
Safety first.
Sure seems that way. And now that they fired once, it's gonna take some time before they're ready to fire again.
Well, I mean, the other one, did they both fire simultaneously?
Then if we can reach them before that...
Yeah. There's no way we're going to let them get off a second shot.
You could also just leave them unloaded, but, you know. Alright, let's make Emma less dead. course, there's probably a save station right next to me, so... Arabonia not having their peace railway guns ready to fire at any moment? Preposterous, yeah. Tiberius, if I had a nickel for every Japanese game I've played where a major plot snarl was solved with, it was blanks, I'd have 2 nickels, which, you know, let me save. Alright. Hello. Look behind you.
Here's our chance. Don't mess it up. My turn. Counting on ya.
Come on, Lammy!
Here we go.
Of course.
Yeah! Here! This is it!
An opening!
Oops. Okay, it was...
Well then, let's keep moving.
I'll let you take point.
There we go.
I feel like I'm growing stronger.
I've only just begun.
I did it!
We're catching up to you, Sarah. There are treasure chests over here, yeah. Sepith.
Yay! Treasure!
Girl bomb. Let's leave that one for a second, because I want to grind up my reserves with some CP, because they're a little low. Hey, you.
Now's our chance. Let's get him. Go.
I'll handle this.
All right.
Here I go! No more chance!
Go. Huh. It's my turn.
Very well.
Here we go. Arcus, activate.
Yes, sir!
Ha! Leave it to me.
Very well. Now!
Yes, sir!
Go. All right.
Now! There! Thanks for having my back, Uses. I won't let you down.
Machias, on the other hand, yeah.
Is that a treasure chest?
It is, Laura. Good job! All that training's paying off. Orange cape. Alright, what is that? Strength 15 prevents faint. Prevents faint. Not bad.
Winds, give us your blessing.
I'll handle this.
It's my turn. There! Here we go! Arcus, activate.
Here I go! No more chance!
Go! Huh.
My turn.
I have been donkey missiled.
It's my turn. Arcus, activate. Yeah. Here we go. Huh.
I suppose there's a thank you.
Probably.
My turn!
I'll handle this.
It's my turn. My turn. All right, let's do this.
Very
Leave
well.
it to me.
Here I go!
I'll handle this.
She goes.
Leave it to me.
Not the most accurate donkey missiles, are they?
Well, that's that. Let's get going.
A matter of course.
Now's our chance! Let's smash 'em!
Here we go. All right, let's do this.
Understood.
Leave it to me.
My turn.
My turn! Now's our chance!
Go.
Down we go!
It's my turn. Now.
There.
That's it.
My turn.
My turn!
Go.
My turn.
Leave it to me. Here we go.
Yes, sir!
My turn.
Leave it to me.
There we go.
Time is precious. We should hurry. Just getting started.
treasure chest.
You met with the wrong teacher!
My turn!
Leave it to me.
Whoops.
Didn't see that coming. Now.
Ready for a beat down?
Got it!
Understood.
Not bad, kid.
Well, that turned out pretty well. Looks like Gaius's Master Quartz is going to be going up pretty quick. Oh, all of them, none of them had U material. Chicago's out. Yeah, Happy New Year to you too. Take care. Alright, what did we get? Deep Ochre. Oh, I remember that. Pardon. Oh, this okay, that's where.
You met with the wrong teacher. Leave it to me.
Here we go! There!
Okay.
Right. What?
Thanks! Go!
Leave it to me.
Yeah. The battle's over, but stay alert, everyone.
Another storage area.
Looks like we hang a left if we want to go through.
Oh. Yeah, here. Okay, cool.
Is that a treasure chest?
It is. Who's a good Laura?
Here they come. Be careful, everyone.
My turn! we go! Now's our chance!
And one for me. Now. Leave it to me.
Of course. Huh? Oh god.
Here we go!
Okay. Now.
Not half bad.
You say as you outdo us.
Oh, there it goes. Alright, insight for 6 turns, evasion up, and attacks and crafts 5% crit. You material, and what's in the box? Hellfire! Alright. The biscuits is that. Flame Tongue, Volcanic Rain, and Flare Bomb. Plus some extra EP and some extra ATS. Yeah, I think I'll take that. Thank you very much. Hooray for respawning goodie boxes. Another goodie box. More goodie boxes.
We'll have to fight our way through.
Here we go! Second form, damn!
My turn.
Didn't see that coming. Now. You're done.
Not half bad.
You say as you outdo us.
Yeah, Sarah's Master Quartz isn't earning any experience, doesn't look like. Ah, well. Nice filing cabinets.
Here they come. Stay focused, class. Leave it to me.
My turn!
Okay. Here.
Of course.
Leave it to me.
Go! Now's our chance!
And one for me.
Not half bad.
You say as you outdo us.
Ooh, Celestial Balmy X, alright.
Here they come. Stay focused, class. My turn.
My turn.
It's my turn. Here.
My turn. Evil will fall before my blade.
Hey. Yeah.
Right. I've got this.
You met the wrong teacher.
My turn.
My turn. Right. Off guard. Fall.
It's my turn.
My turn.
Right. Evil will fall before my blade.
How did so many archaisms fit inside those airships, you know? There's a treasure chest. Alright, so we came from... That's the storage floor. We came up this way. So we need to go the way we're facing.
Enemy sighted. Take him out.
Okay.
Go.
Hey!
Looking forward to my 2025 plans? Okay.
The battle's over, but stay alert, everyone.
Goodies!
There seems to be a treasure chest here.
There does seem to be, guys, yes. And how are they fitting all these archaisms not in the treasure chests, let alone the airships? I mean, the treasure chests are essentially, bags of holding, and so they fill the airships with treasure chests and just stuff all the archaisms in those. That's how they manage it.
Leave it to me.
Didn't see that coming. Do it. All right, follow me.
Okay, so using Rush does only use 3. Okay.
Okay. Arcus, activate.
My turn.
No escape! Now!
Here we go.
Yeah, well, that's not much use of doing that spell now. You missed it point blank there, buddy.
And one for me. Okay.
The Imperial Army is going to be so confused when their entire inventory's been looted. Yeah.
Right. Huh? Evil will fall before my blade.
Only 2 levels behind you, Sarah.
Did it.
Domination. Strength 15. First attack craft used each battle deals twice the damage. Okay. Getting kinky with the quartz now. And we need our sub quartz and we'll have the full set. Oh, those goodie boxes were empty. Oh, hey, treasure.
This is the freight platform. We finally made it to the other side.
Yes. And to this
Gotta be close. Just need to head up that staircase over there.
to this treasure chest that we've been staring at since the beginning of the game. Should I cut the stream here and leave it till next week?
Just here.
Just tease out the anticipation a bit longer. Oh, shield 3. Okay. Shield, a quartz I never use. Tsaba says, dumb question, but perhaps stupid question, but maybe I should just read what it actually says. Maybe a stupid question, but does anybody know if domination works on S-crafts? They are in theory crafts, and 2 times damage seems kind of really strong. Did it say craft or art? First attack or craft used, each battle deals 2 damage. It's attack or craft. Actually, I'm thinking, want that on Laura. Boom. Alright, let's see. Except that Dora came in. Yeah. All right. Hello.
You met with the wrong teacher. Leave it to me.
Here we go!
It's my turn.
Right.
Okay.
Justin, hello. Says, pretty sure it does work on S-Crafts, though that may be a Cold Steel 2 thing. I know they messed with some of the effect stacking there. Jared says, one of the builds in the game is the Laura Bonk. That's kind of how I have her set up now.
It's my turn. Here. The battle's over, but stay alert, everyone.
I wonder if I could, just out of curiosity. Oh, could I, if I have lines, I could probably do an attack 3, attack 2, and attack 1 on line 3. That would be an extra 30. That's interesting. If you do, you reveal yourself to be a caveman. That's interesting. So I guess, it kind of works like you can put different statuses on different lines. You can't have 2 attack 3s, but you could have an attack 3, an attack 2, and an attack 1. Emma only has 1 line, so, right? Yeah, she only has 1 line, so you couldn't stack a bunch, mine 3, mine 2, and mine 1 on her. Okay, we'll have to put that back. Okay, well, something to keep in mind. Where am I? Hello?
Sarah here.
Oh.
Yeah, we're almost to the railway gun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, may Adios be with us both.
Is Group B almost there?
This is it, so get ready!
Alright. Travis, hello. Your next ranked match is up ahead. Yeah. And they're fully separate, unlike the status quartz. You can have all 3 in a single line. Oh, can you? Oh, well, she didn't. Can't. Oh, yeah. How about that? So it doesn't have to be on a new line. Okay. Hmm. You know, I think actually having a little extra attack 2 is going to be more useful than the freeze status, which only procs, what, 10% of the time? Yeah. Ah, railway guns! Here we are. Yeah, Sarah doesn't have it. Yeah, she doesn't have her own personalized Arcus cover, which is a shame.
So these are the railway guns.
Yep. Yeah.
It's gigantic.
Sizemonger.
And they intend to turn this on a city full of hundreds of thousands of innocent people.
Forget hundreds of thousands of innocent people. Toa's there! Oh, hey guys.
Who the hell are you?
School kids. Your worst nightmare.
You're those kids from the military academy. Stay away from the railway gun.
Oh. Okay. Sorry. Class 7, they asked us to stay away, so I guess we go home now. Well, I mean, S or V has to be on this side, right? Bah. Humbug!
Enough from you.
We need to take them down as quickly as possible.
But we need to scan them
We have
first.
nothing to fear.
Go!
Okay. So we've got terrorist gun, terrorist sword, and these little archaisms, so they're fine. It's, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Alright, an Imperial Liberation Front member equipped with a small automatic rifle believes that the end justifies the means. Generally, that's how it goes with terrorists, yeah.
Okay.
Alright, let's see what we want to do. Docky missile! I'm on fire.
Okay.
Luki.
Analyzing the enemy's vitals. All complete.
Alright, driven by loathing for Chancellor Osborne. Fights using a sword.
Of course. No escape. Off guard. Our time is now.
Leave it to me! Here we go!
Poop. Can I get you? Can I get you? Can I get... No. Fudge. Oh well.
There! Now's our chance!
And one for me!
Leave it to me.
Dude, he pulled a Laura.
Here we go!
Oh, he's not dead? What? Oh, okay.
Damn! We'll cut our own path.
When people call the world building in this game good, some point to NPCs like Anton or Ricky. I point to the archaism still having donkey missile 6 games in. Would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids.
Making progress.
I've only just begun.
I did it!
That should suffice.
Alright, come on, SRV's gotta show up. Ow! No. Yes. Eustace, you weren't even in that battle.
This isn't the first time I've crossed swords with the Imperial Liberation Front.
They don't seem really strong, just really obstinate. What would push them to go this far?
We can discuss that later.
Right. We need to stop the railway gun first.
Get back!
There we go. S. Berg.
It would have been smarter to stay away, S.
I'm impressed you saw me coming, Purple Lightning. I see the rumors about you weren't just trumped-up stories.
I love a good compliment, but getting one from a terrorist just doesn't put a spring in my step. Still, I suppose the fact you're here means the other ringleaders must be over at the other gun.
V certainly is. As for Gideon, I'm sorry to say he lost his life in crossbow a short while ago.
What?
I didn't do it.
He did?
Alas, poor Michael.
I just received a call about it a few minutes ago.
From who?
Apparently, he was killed by a real top-rate Jaeger Corps hired by your friend, the Blood and Iron Chancellor. Poor guy. I heard it was practically a massacre.
What a terrible way to go.
So we've learned not to be terrorists, right?
Well, Gramps isn't exactly known for his bountiful sense of mercy.
Yeah, he was the guy in the underground parking garage that the SSS fought, and then made us fight a remote control tank. And this explains, why it was a remote control tank. They've got those C units, and then they ran into the other room straight into the Red Constellation.
If you don't want to die like a dog, don't run around snapping your fangs at everyone.
You keep talking like this has nothing to do with you, but I take it you've got no intention of beating a retreat. Sounds like you've got the railway gun set to automatic firing mode, too.
Shoot her! Shoot her in the face! Put out the other eye!
I was wondering what that sound was. It was loading another round!
Oh, I was hoping you'd miss it in all your battling.
Less talky, more fighty.
It's got, 10 minutes or so to go.
Oh, wow.
Conniving witch.
So is that an AP thing? Gotta beat the fight in 10 minutes?
You can let us past, or we're going to force our way through. Your choice.
Careful. She's a dangerous one to tangle with. And she's hiding something.
Right again.
Damn! Giant archaisms!
Ooh, just my color, too. For borrowed muscle, I've really taken a liking to them.
It's not Susan, it's Scarlet. Oh, okay.
Gideon might have fallen, but it's not too late.
Well... I was hoping it was Susan. Oh. But is Scarlet her first name, or her... Maybe it's Susan Scarlet, because it's Michael Gideon. I could still be right. No AP? Okay.
To send the Chancellor to
But Toa's there too, and she's adorable!
How about you go instead?
Crossbell's counting on us. Strike with everything you've got.
Don't miss, Laura!
Let's rock!
You hear that, Milliam? She said drop a rock on her head.
Think you can satisfy me, little kittens?
Here we go.
Alright, these are new, right? Yeah, Arzifferanthas. Also Arzifferanthas. Yep, leader of the terrorists there, although not name drop, there was confirmed to be Gideon. They made it... Yeah, I think he's just called... Back in Azure, it's just terrorist leader. And I didn't put it together until I saw him put on the helmet before he headed off to Crossbow. I was like, oh, that's the guy! They made it more obvious it was him along with some other changes not that long ago. As far as I know, you played with those changes already. Yeah, well, they were explicit enough that I actually remembered, oh, that's the guy, but... Alright, let's see.
Sorry, I'll show you how it's done. Now is our chance. Don't let it pass.
My turn.
I think you guys are out of range, aren't you? Oh, no, I can get him. Oh, slept. Oh, no, she woke right back up.
Yeah. Analyzing the enemy's vitals. I've got it.
A bewitching Imperial Liberation Front executive torments and slaughters foes with a Templar sword, huh? Oh shit, that is segmented. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, those are badass. Huh. You former church? Art thou a squire?
Right.
Do you know what's her name? Why am I forgetting her name? Kevin's partner in the third. Reese? I think that's her name.
No escape. Off guard.
Leave it to me. Didn't see that coming. Do it.
My turn.
Toa isn't adorable, she's a towable. Small difference, but a difference nonetheless. There you go. No, wait a minute.
Yeah. Arcus, activate.
Right.
Bonk!
Off guard.
Leave it to me.
my turn. I leave this to you.
I've got this! All right, let's do this!
My turn.
Leave it to me.
My turn.
It's my turn.
Here we go! There!
Aren't you feisty? We'll see how long that lasts.
Leave it to me.
Play it safe. Alright, Red Archaism, strengthened to support the ILF's leaders, even more powerful and deadly than standard models. Oh, hey, it's got the rock droppy thing. Bonk. You missed with a giant rock.
Here we go!
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I can't do that myself. That's a bit. You can buff Sarah. Oh, she's burning. Is this,
Hear me.
My turn!
at least enough for her to survive that. Justin says, real amusing thing was back when you first met the ILF, you recognized the name and started speculating that you were talking to some of the people that died while fighting Gideon. No items. Bonk. Oh, here we go. Figured she'd pull this out eventually. Oh shit, she wiped me. Wow. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have to make sure we're with tippy-top health and buff our defense. Holy shit. I don't think she was on a critical, was she? Well, I don't need to scan this time. Right? Yeah.
Sorry, I'll show you how it's done.
Yeah, well, I mean... since I'm on a critical...
You're in the shoe! Crystal Saber!
My turn. How about this?
Yeah! Arcus, activate! Of course!
Here you go.
Judgment Bolt. Alright.
My turn.
Didn't see that coming! Yeah!
This is nothing. I leave this to you.
Come on, Lammy! Come on, Lammy!
Aren't you feisty? We'll see how long that lasts.
Leave it to me. Didn't see that coming.
My turn. Off guard.
Okay. Hear me. Thanks.
How about this?
My turn.
Still got 10,000.
Right. Your turn.
With pleasure.
I'm gonna give you a chance to get that damn S-craft off.
How humiliating.
Time is precious. We should hurry.
This is what domination does to a man. I mean, we had 7 members in our party. Just spam all the S-crafts.
We're just getting started.
Now shoot her. Shoot her in the face. Yep. Okay, Sarah knows what's important. Oh, sweet, there's just an off switch. Well, that's one. I hope Class B is doing well and that Elliot's not dead. Oh, yay, they got him.
Systems deactivated.
Go, Fee! Toa lives!
Thank goodness.
Ah, you got me. Shouldn't have expected any less from the ace of the 4th Armored Division. Or from Sylphid. The rest of you weren't half bad either.
I can't believe you could take on this many of us at once.
You are one tough old bear.
Neidhart here. We've regained control of the left railway gun.
Set up right, Jared says he can one-shot her with Laura.
And we've deactivated the right wing's railway gun over here.
Ah, but there's a secret 3rd railway gun!
Good work.
We did it.
Oh, thank goodness.
On the other hand, now that Toa's survived, we're gonna have to do a bunch of student council work next month, too. Or actually, on the other hand, with her alive, we won't have to do it. We'd have to do all of it, so, yeah. It's in our best interest to keep a Toable alive.
My. You can hardly call our crossing paths coincidence at this point. Oh well, no matter.
You're under arrest. We're school kids that are military academy students. Totally have the authority to do that.
Everything played out just like C said it would, both here and in Crossbell.
What are you talking about?
Comrade S. What?
How can they still move?
We'd completely incapacitated them.
They being puppeted?
Go, Comrade S.
No, just stubborn.
Regroup with Comrades C and V and bring the hammer down once and for all!
That's the plan. Well, I'll catch you all in the great beyond.
No!
She wouldn't.
Damn.
You have a gun. Shoot at her. Well, at least Machias and Elise are... and Fee. Not Crow so much. Shooting at him.
My name is C, leader of the Imperial Liberation Front. Allow me to extend my congratulations. Fending off our two-pronged attack here and in Cluster. But you would be foolish to assume this is the end of it.
I noticed C isn't, like, visible.
The hammer of judgment shall fall again. I'm ready.
I mean, could be driving, but conspicuously absent.
How can this be? So this is the Imperial Liberation Front. They're even more brazen than I'd heard.
So C was here after all.
Yes?
Who is he anyway? What's he hiding? Even the intelligence division's drawing a blank trying to gather info on him.
Okay, well, the intelligence division did not know as much as I thought they might.
At least this time we managed to capture some of them alive. And they will talk.
I will yank off their toenails until they do. With my teeth! Whoop. Oh.
What the hell?
Emma, what did you do?
Is this poison?
What?
This is bad. Looks like these guys all swallowed neurotoxin capsules. I don't think we're gonna be able to save them. I doubt it'll work, but I'm gonna try to neutralize the poison.
Go for it, Sarah. Yep.
Emma, if you got any herbs you think might help, give me a hand here.
Of course.
I've got a pocket full of globby fat. Would that help?
Not sure. I'd give them 50-50 maybe.
Even if we can keep them alive, there's no guarantee they'll regain consciousness.
Call Kevin, yeah.
No.
Why? Why would they go this far? These are the kinds of people we're dealing with.
With some quick thinking, hard fighting, and a little luck, we were able to stop a potentially devastating terrorist attack in its tracks. But with the political climate as it was, this incident, overshadowed by the crisis in Crossbell, was never made public.
Oh, well, so that's why we never heard of it. So I'm thinking, you know, unless C and V are just blowing smoke, it's like, oh, no, our plan was to fail. Every time we fail, totally our plan. Ah, the kids got in the way. Well, that's good. We learned good things about, you know, how the RMP gets here quickly. Oh, the kids got in our way and Nord. Oh, that's fine. We're just trying to make the Imperial Army look bad. It's like, oh, we didn't get away with our kidnapping plot. The kids got in the way. Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. You know, we're just seeding sowing the seeds of doubt in the reformist faction, you know, showing that they can't handle their crap. We didn't fire the guns and the terrorist plot over in Cross, but no, that was all part of the plan. We're playing the long game here, just trying to make them look really, really bad so that Gilead gets out in public where Crow can shoot him.
In the days that followed, we still felt shaken, our eyes newly opened to the dangers facing our homeland, both outside and within.
Within. Is that it? Just those? Oh, okay.
Drinks are on me someday. are the best!
Damn right. Hey, our bond's strengthened. Okay, we're link level 5 with Elliot, who's not dead, so that's pretty good. Tiberius says, I always find this an odd game because, like, I'm not saying I agree with their methods per se, but the ILF, they're kinda not wrong. Well, if I'm correct on their motivation, then their motivation is understandable, but it's kind of like Killmonger, right? You know, he's not wrong, but he is going about it in a bad, bad way. You know, it's like if, you know, someone runs over my dog, you know, it's understandable that I'm very mad at that someone who ran over my dog, right? And I think most people would, like, excuse me if I tracked that person down and punched him in the nose, right? But if I found out where that person lived and firebombed the entire neighborhood, killing every living person and pet and squirrel who lived there, then you might go, I mean, you know, the guy who lived there did run over his dog, but that actual response seems a bit much. Even Gideon, I think, at the very end, with Lloyd talking to him, was like, yeah, righteous cause, but maybe terrorism was a step too far. Alright, Rush 2. Alright. Hey, we link level 4 with Sarah. Who knows if we'll get to, if she'll be in our party ever again. Powerful strike. Deadly assist. And thus Elliot lives, for now. They're opposing a fascist, colonial, complete bastard, although, as you say, going about it in a bad way. Yeah. Tiberius says, the issue is that the heroes never talk about or question this. They just support the Empire seemingly unquestioningly, at least so far. Which is understandable for two main reasons. One, they're kids. And two, that's where they live. You know, home field advantage. Well, with the exception of Gaius, who's from Nord, and Emma, who I think her origins are still unspecified. I don't think we've heard exactly where she's from. Yeah, some distant region of the Empire. So it sounds like it's still in Erebonia, but who the hell knows where? At least I don't. So will you consider it a bit too much if someone will use the CAI to the CIA to initiate a coup because of something like it? I would need more details than that, but maybe. It depends. Good things are good and bad things are bad, right? You can, depending on, for example, it's bad to shoot people, right? But if that person's, you know, trying to murder you or something like that, you know, you can shoot him to, you know, that's not necessarily a bad thing. So it really, the circumstances do depend. Anime Soul, hello. To be fair, it isn't exactly like the heroes know exactly what was done to the ILF, just that they were wronged. Yeah. Skipping ahead to the end of November. September.
Half a month after the incident at Garellia Fortress, a sense of lingering unease still hung over the Empire.
Yep, but who knows why, because, you know, they sat on that information. Alright, where are we going next for our field trip? I would guess the two major places that we've not visited yet are Rohr, where the Reinford Company is, and Ymir, which is where Rena's from. So, I mean, it'd be nice to see his hometown, but Rohr seems a lot more relevant. So, if we're doing another field study, my money's on Rohr.
The government increased patrols by the railway military police as part of their counter-terrorism measures.
Which is, yeah, going to increase tensions and piss people off and turn them against, they're not going to like that, so, okay.
While the noble faction bolstered their provincial armies, there were even rumors that they'd hired several Jaeger corps.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I hate to be vague, but that kind of a thing is really, well, I mean, it depends. Right? Like, are we, are we staging some type of coup to, make sure that, I don't know, Nazis stay out of power? Then it's probably a good thing, right? But, yeah, it depends.
At the center of everything was the Imperial Liberation Front.
Anime Soul, their blind support for the Empire is understandable at this point. Yeah, I agree, at this point. Nothing has happened to make them question their government's actions as a whole, so they're ignorant, basically, yeah. Hashtag Alan Richard did nothing wrong.
They had allied with a terrorist group from the Republic of Calvert to attack the trade conference in Crossbell.
Yeah, now, the Calvard terrorists who had a name, they're just a bunch of, the ILF, while doing a terrorism is bad, their motivations are understandable. These people, if I'm right about where they're coming from, their motivations are understandable. They have been aggrieved, and they do deserve justice, right? But the Calvardian terrorists, they're just a bunch of racists. They're the Anti-Immigration League or something like that. We don't want them damn foreigners in our country. They're just racist assholes. So while I am to an extent sympathetic to the ILF, again, if I'm correct in assuming what their motivation is, that from what I know, the Calvardian terrorists, no, they're just racists.
And as we'd seen firsthand, had attacked Garellia Fortress in an attempt to fire the 2 railway guns stationed there.
Tiberius, the Calvard lot are just the anti-immigration faction. Yeah, much less understandable. It's like, oh, I understand it, but fuck them. Caleb says, imagine the world where Duke Dunnan rules Liberal, but Olivia and his wife Chloe fight to take the Empire back from Osborne. Okay. There's probably, a bunch of I mean, we've got, what's her name? I was gonna say, there's fanfic writers all over Zamoria. There's gotta be, and we know we go to school with one of them. I forget her name. But, well, she's more /fic, but anyway.
They'd made it abundantly clear that they were no mere insurgents. These were dangerous people we were dealing with. And following their attempts to target Chancellor Osborne and the reformist faction, rumors started to spread of a possible connection between the Imperial Liberation Front and the noble faction itself.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, new information was filtering in from Crossbell that surprised us all. During the conference, one of the representatives of Crossbell's state government made the daring declaration that Crossbell would soon declare its independence, breaking free from its neighbors Calvert and Erebonia. To no one's surprise, both the Imperial government and the noble faction dismissed it as nothing more than delusional raving. But one thing was clear. That declaration only served to increase the tension in Erebonia and across the continent.
Do you not see our domination courts? Oh hey, the kids are playing with Celine.
cool, clear autumn day.
Yes? Do I have to hit the button?
The Academy's
Okay.
prestigious board of directors gathered for their first meeting of the year.
Hey, Muller. Sharon. Sarah doesn't like Sharon. I mean, I spent the first 40 minutes making predictions, so it's okay that we're running over time.
And that concludes my biannual report.
Good, good. It seems the Academy is running like a well-oiled machine. No administrative issues to speak of.
I mean, we do lock the kids in a dungeon filled with monsters every month, but, you know.
Student performance is sitting comfortably above the national average on exams and on general aptitude tests, too.
The second-year students seem to be having a banner year as well.
Except Crow. We had to hold him back.
The Student Council president, in particular, has built up an outstanding array of extracurricular achievements.
And she's not dead.
Well, she attended last month's trade conference, and from what I hear, she put the professional secretaries to shame. I only wish the conference could have ended on a more positive note.
Well, I mean, you should have played the lute, Olivia.
I'll say, the share prices of my company have been on a real roller coaster ride ever since.
Hey, Arena, how much money do you have tied up in the IBIC? You might want to start making some withdrawals.
Undoubtedly, what happened at the trade conference has wreaked havoc on the economy as a whole. But moving on. I couldn't help but notice in the recent exam reports that Class 1 and 2's academic performance seems to be slipping.
I blame Patrick.
Perhaps the preferential treatment given to the upper class students is hindering their scholastic development?
I mean, they do get the summer off.
Well, students belonging to the nobility are allowed to return home during August to learn more about their family's lands.
Does that count as a prediction? I don't know.
It's a tradition here, but one I can't help but wonder if we've outgrown the need for in this modern age.
If I may, traditions accumulate and hold meaning only so long as they're preserved.
You'd say it counts? Okay. Considering how much I undoubtedly got wrong with my predictions, I'll take all the 1-minute predictions I can get. 28, 9.
Our nation's culture, its arts, its social classes, all are rich with tradition that makes Erebonia what it is. And I believe we have a duty to protect and uphold them.
I mean, sure, but there's a difference between, you know, traditions for art, music, dance, culture, and the nobility gets a longer summer vacation than the commoners, Rufus. A little bit of a difference there. Just saying.
After all, does not this very institution champion the ideals of its founder, Emperor Dreigels?
Indeed it does. Though I've always understood Dreigels' intent to be the founding of an academy for the people. Even 200 years ago, when education was seen as the province of the nobility, male commoners were permitted to enroll. Today, we have plenty of young women attending, and the commoners easily outnumber the nobles on campus.
We could beat them up.
Perhaps it's time we started taking strides to realize Emperor Dreigels' true ideal.
You seem to be laboring under a few misconceptions here. Commoners were permitted to attend, but only as retainers.
Oh, that's better.
Retainers served knights, who served lords, who served the emperor. That's the way the Erebonian society functioned. From that vantage, the structure of the academy in its earlier days certainly seems to have embodied that social order. And if that's so, what is there to suggest that it's not the social order itself that has become the aberration?
Well...
For one, if that were the case, it would be far easier for me to see my views put into practice. but I can hardly get a word in edgewise between you two. Well, I'd certainly enjoy a return to the way things were in Dreikel's time, at least in that particular respect.
Our apologies, Your Highness.
Well, our role here is to consider your views and work toward implementing them.
We need a specific loot class. And unsurprisingly, the wind orchestra doesn't teach the lute. Although it does teach the violin and the piano, which is well-known wind instruments.
See what I mean? Would you be so kind as to help me out here, Principal?
I'm here to moderate this board. It wouldn't do for me to express my position on the issues at hand. That said, I'm sure your passion for reform will triumph in the end, Your Highness.
I suppose I should have known better than to look to my old teacher for sympathy.
It warms my heart to see such a fine teacher-student relationship.
Now, if I may, I'd like to steer this discussion toward a rather timely topic. We've already touched on the issues regarding the Orbital Net and the Orbital Staves, but I'd like to stress again that the adoption of new security measures for the Orbital Net should be a top priority.
Nah, just put it out into the world. It makes money. We'll worry about the consequences later. Maybe. Unless it's making money.
Well, I'm certainly inclined to agree. But we'll have to rely on the Foundation directly, as things are looking a little shaky with the IBC.
You can leave that to me. The other matter I'd like to review is the use of the Orbital Staves and the Arcus units.
We need a Septarian of Fire walls. Oh, I've been not reading the chat here. Oh, Dorothy, yeah, writing how Gilead and Olivier solve their rifts and their respective philosophies through steamy love. It exists somewhere, yeah. We have a nuke child and we will use it, yeah. Paradise comes from the Parisian word walled garden. Huh, how about that? You can't have Eden without walls, but they are by far not the only ones you need. But are they to keep others out, or you in? Tiberius, I have to go back to the beginning. Oh yeah, there's like 30-40 minutes of predictions. Some of which I think are already debunked, but... we know Dreikel's took a long break in Nord before he came back to fight in the war. We're just upholding that tradition. Yeah. Erebonia just needs its own Kia, you know. Everyone needs their own Kia. They should mass produce those. I mean, they made one, they could make more.
Or more specifically, we need to talk about how Class 7 should operate from here on out. Setting aside the fact that my daughter is a member of Class 7, I think we need to reconsider how the class should be run, in light of what happened at Garellia Fortress. While it certainly proved an excellent chance to see what the Arcus units are capable of, I have serious doubts about whether we should carry on with these field studies, given the current political climate.
It would be difficult to do so, I admit. With the terrorists at large and the problems in Crossbell unresolved, these are uncertain times.
I mean, they say that this was their plan all along, but we did get in their way 4 times, so... You're just gonna let them run amok?
At the very least, I believe it may be in the class's best interest to cancel this month's field study.
Ah, but I wanted to go to Roar. We've only been in the airport, or the train station. That doesn't count.
We could always resume them once the terrorists have been arrested and the situation in Crossbell calms down.
It's like I could say I've been to Chicago, but I was only at laying over in the airport for 3 hours, so... Prioritize the safety of our minor students.
Arise, O youth, and become the foundation of the world.
Hey, Dreikel said that.
I'm sure you all recognize the words of Emperor Dreikel's. They become something of a school motto here.
I think it was described in the beginning of the game as a mandate, but I don't remember. Those. I wrote them down. They were something that Van Dyck said at the opening ceremony.
It's my belief that Class 7's actions at Garellia Fortress perfectly embody the spirit of that directive. They stood together to stop a tragedy in the making, and, in a sense, protected the foundation of our world. No one ordered them to do it. They took action of their own free will, because they knew in their hearts what was right. Some might call it recklessness. Some may think it rash. Some may even venture to call it hubris.
I bet Machias would. At least as far as it comes to Eustace's motivation.
However, as chairman of this academy, I'm incredibly proud of what the brave young men and women of Class 7 achieved.
Yeah, they saved Toa. Also, you didn't die, so...
Troubled times may lay in store for Erebonia, and for the entire continent in the months and years to come.
I would think so, because there's 3 more games to go.
But I believe that makes something like Class 7's field studies all the more significant. The experiences they're having now will help them find the strength and the means to press on through adversity. I can't be the only one who feels this way, can I?
They do seem to be showing remarkable growth. That much is true. Although I have no idea how much my daughter is really capable of, immature as she is.
I could say the same of my hothead of a son.
I do wonder about my brother sometimes. However, it does seem that enrolling at this academy has helped him start breaking out of his shell.
With the Academy Festival coming next month, we hadn't even planned a field study.
Academy Festival?
So the issue at hand is just whether to hold a field study at the end of this month or not. I'd like to ask those in favor of going ahead with this month's field study to please raise their hands.
Special homebrew. Alright.
All right, I'd like to begin by taking everyone's ideas for our class's part in the school festival.
I think Becky was talking about the school festival a while ago. She was excited about setting up a booth or something. Now they don't have the Arise spell in this franchise, though. It should be Athelis O Youth. Mandate, motto, excuse to get away with bullshit. There you go. Tales of Arise O Youth, yeah. That was a game I played. None of it stuck with me, but maybe I'm just very strange when it comes to Tales of games, as I'm currently playing through Zestiria. Oh, Zesperia, despite what I've been told, utterly loving it. Yeah, I'm playing, I need to get back to it, but I think it's Vesperia. Enjoyed that one, yeah. I think Jared purchased that one for me. I forget all the characters' name. But it's the girl with the arm thing. And she's very, Vesperia is a different one. Highly regarded. Zestiria is not. Okay. Okay, are we going to do a... We've got anime stuff going on, so are we going to do a haunted house or a maid cafe? See, the only 2 things that classes ever do in anime is a haunted house and a maid cafe. And usually it's another class that does the haunted house. It's usually probably going to be a maid cafe. Alright. Prediction, maid cafe. 127th Military Academy Festival. Okay.
The festival will run for 2 days next month.
Oh, in October,
the
all right.
23rd and the 24th.
Can I read any of that? No.
Equipment setup and the other preparatory work will begin in the afternoon, 2 days before the start of the festival. But there's a lot of preparation needed before we get to that point, and the sooner we get that underway, the better.
That's all the more reason to figure out what exactly we want to do.
Maid Cafe!
Some of our options include displays, events, stage shows, and cafes.
Maid Cafe!
Does that sound right, Crow?
Yeah, though no class I know would settle for just some simple display.
Oh, hey, we're back in our red jackets.
I mean, come on. No one ever said, boy, we better rush to get in the line for that display.
Well, either way, I'd like to start by soliciting some ideas from all of you.
Haunted maids, get barrel. Okay. Haunted cafe, we invite Leanne Sandlot for tea. Okay.
We're just brainstorming right now, so feel free to say whatever comes to mind.
Maid cafe! Milliam, what happened to your face? Laura, don't say training. And we're gonna have to do the suggestion box, aren't we?
Would it kill you all to give just a teensy bit of cooperation?
Maid Cafe seems interesting, since Eustace and Machias argue each other in maid costumes would be funny. Yeah.
I know. It's just...
That's a shame, you know. Estelle drags Joshua, he's like, I nominate my brother for a maid. He'd be amazing at it.
It's kind of hard to focus right now.
Why, is Sarah passed out in the corner?
You're one to talk, standing up there with your nervous fidgeting.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised. The board of directors is in session as we speak, deciding what'll happen to our class.
And those of us with family members who sit on that board probably have even more cause for concern.
Which is like a third of the class, nearly. No less than that now that we have 2 new members.
You can say that again. We can't even be sure whether there'll be a field study this month.
That's about the long and short of it.
Crow, why are you sitting at that desk? You're in the back desk. What are you doing? I don't remember if that's Emma or Machias' seat, but you sit in the back, asleep. That's your place. Why do I feel Crow will make us do something we won't like, but won't have a better option?
With everything that happened during last month's field study, it honestly wouldn't surprise me if they just canceled it.
I can't say I have any particular feelings of attachment to our field studies.
You know you love them, Eustace.
But I refuse to accept needless changes to our curriculum, especially with my brother involved in the decision-making process.
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
Makes sense to me. We also have to account for the fact that going on our field study means that much less time to prepare for the festival. So, as you can see, it presents a bit of a problem.
Man, look at you guys taking this all seriously.
I probably should have asked a little earlier, but...
What's a summer festival?
You guys keep talking about?
They should put on the same play they did at Genesis and Sky FC. Now in Glorious 3D... Well, I mean, that's one reason to get the remake that's coming out at the end of the year, or at least scheduled to come out at the end of the year, is to see to see all that stuff in re-choreographed in 3D.
Wait, seriously?
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have gone over that for your benefit.
Every year, the students here organize and put on a school-wide festival.
Yeah, and by I should have gone over that for your benefit, I meant Reen. Thank you, Reen. Reen, are you the class president? No. Are you the vice president, Reen? No. Shut up, Reen. Also, I guess the kids just changed seats, because Elisa's usually sitting next to us, and now Elliot's there.
There are stage events, food stalls, and all kinds of things to see and do. And it generally falls to each of the first-year classes to provide the main attractions.
Yeah, participating is optional for the second years, since by this point they're usually focusing on their future careers.
Alright, Crow, what did you do last year?
Oh, and each of the clubs generally get involved too.
Tiberius says, oh man, every time they release a new trailer, it looks better and better. I'm excited for that. I'm gonna buy it for several friends and guilt trip them into the franchise. There you go. Sabe says, I want friends like that.
Huh, that sounds fun. In that case, we have to do something.
Something that revolves around Lammy.
We can't just let the other classes roll over us because we're small.
It's just you, Milliam.
You say that, but...
Oh, actually, Class 7 is, 11 people, so I guess, Class 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are significantly larger, because it's like, 150 people in the school or something like that? Yeah, well, whatever.
I've already had one of the girls from Class 1 bluster up to me declaring that this time victory will be all ours.
Was it Ferris?
What?
It must have been Ferris. That sounds exactly like something she'd say.
Wow, Class 1 does seem to have had it in for us ever since the midterm results were announced.
You know what? I'm giving that a prediction too. Even though she didn't confirm it, it made me laugh. Not excited about the limited edition being sold through limited run games, though. Yeah, I've heard a few people mention that. No NISA special, NIS America special edition is sad. Anime Soul, I've given up trying to get my friends into trails. None of them have the time, sadly, nor the real. Yeah, it's a time commitment. Hey, you want to play this RPG? This really long, involved RPG? There's like 12 of them. It's like, yeah. Limited run, and who's the public? Gung Ho is publishing, surprisingly. It's not NIS and it's not Xseed, it's Gung Ho. So, weird.
If it's all the same, I'd rather not see the House of High Arms claim yet another nominal victory.
Well, I mean, we did have the highest score of all the classes. We can just rub that in their faces.
But we need to account for the fact that our class is markedly smaller than theirs is.
Gung Ho have loads of previous staff from Xseed, so it makes sense. Also, they've been working on a lot of RPG remake stuff, neither of which I can remember. What the hell's the name of the game? Lunar something. Whatever. Look it up on your own time, because I can't remember.
That's certainly true.
It'd help if we at least knew what the other classes are doing.
Ah, Reen, you're gonna have to spy on the other classes.
It kind of seems like everyone's having trouble staying focused.
Actually, a better idea would be get Milliam to do it. She's the friggin' intelligence agent. Milliam, have a mission for you. Go find out what the other classes are doing.
Come on, everyone, get it together.
We're doing a maid cafe, and that's
Instructor
that.
Sarah?
Isn't this a self-study period?
Oh, it was. But I thought you all might like to know that the Board of Directors meeting just adjourned a few minutes ago.
Grandia, that was the other one. Yeah, Lunar something, yeah.
So I decided to skip along down here and be the first to break the news.
Then?
What about our next field study? Are we still on?
The Chancellor's not the only one with a little too much iron in his blood. Because the board voted unanimously to have you continue your field studies.
Crow's sitting there. The Chancellor doesn't need iron in his blood. He needs lead.
You mean it?
Yay! Oh, you're not going to be happy if we go to Ruhr, are you?
So that's how it is.
You know, even though they're always hard work, I actually feel a little relieved.
Considering all that happened last month, we'll need to be especially careful this time around.
Still, it feels like our field studies are a big part of who we are as a class.
Yeah.
They're kind of a pain, but Oh well. We should be grateful to His Highness and the directors.
That's good news.
Seeing the hard road and the easy road, then picking the hard one anyway. That's youth for you.
It also sounded like His Highness and the directors will be taking off in pretty short order. So I'll let you guys out of study hall early to go see them if you want.
Oh.
I don't want to see my mom. She sucks.
If you say so.
I think I'll take you up on that.
Irina, still the most fashionable. Move your goddamn car! I'm trying to leave! Hey, Muller. Mother ellipsis! Dad! Why are you two looking? Neither of you are mothers or dads. Machias, I haven't had the chance to talk with you since the summer festival. Hey, how's your injury? Your unspecified injury? You know, his pocket square kind of looks like he's got money stuffed in his pocket. Looks like dollar bills or something. Sounds like you were quite the heroes at Garellia Fortress. Come on, don't tease us. I'll be the first to admit that we acted rashly, Ellipsis, but in the end I have no regrets. I'm glad to hear it. It's good to see you again. Likewise. May feels so far behind us now. You have questions, no? It's written all over your face. I do. You were in Legram, weren't you, to meet Duke Kyan? Correct, I was hoping to have time to greet you and your classmates too, Ellipsis, but I imagine you would rather he not take too close an interest in you. You imagine right. Still, I'm concerned. What is the House of Alberea playing at? And not just us. What are the four great houses and the rest of the noble faction trying to accomplish? Ellipsis, you ask like there's a simple answer. The four great houses aren't as united in opinion as you might think. Even within individual families, there can be disagreements. You know that I differ with Father on several issues. But rather than worrying about others' positions, I'd suggest giving some thought to your own, as a member of the family. Ellipsis. I'm surprised you actually managed to make it here. I was expecting a business negotiation to crop up just in the nick of time, like it always does. Time is something you make, not something you find. All the more so if you're in a position of responsibility. Bah, Ellipsis! Hee hee, Lady Elisa's quite the multitasker herself. You should see her. She has no trouble balancing her time between her studies, training, club activities, and hobbies. Of course she doesn't. I'd be disappointed if she wasn't able to manage at least that much. You need to start using your time more creatively, Elisa, instead of simply doing what's required of you. Ellipsis. I saw the railway guns at Garellia, you know. I saw what those Eisens are capable of. And I can understand why Grandfather regrets ever making them. Do you honestly feel things like that are necessary? Are you really okay with that? Ellipsis. I think the fact that you've seen enough to ask me that now means that deep down you've realized, Ellipsis, that they're both necessities of this era we live in. Well, Ellipsis. The opinions of others are only that. Stop relying on them so much. Observe for yourself and draw your own conclusions. You know, you're a 17-year-old kid. I'm sure you will come to a very rational, reasonable conclusion. I have great faith in the youth. That's what someone who is truly independent would do, anyway. Ellipsis.
Still, I wasn't expecting to find myself indebted to you again so soon.
play us a song on your lute before you leave, Olivier.
Without your intervention, the Chancellor and I would have met our maker in Crossbell.
Not to mention Toa.
Don't mention it.
We're just relieved you're all okay, Your Highness.
Indeed. I'm glad you were able to focus on making a positive contribution at the conference.
I wish I could tell you that's exactly what I did. I could scarcely find a place to chime in once the Chancellor and the Republic's president got going. Though the mayor of Crossbell managed to dumbfound even them.
I presume you're referring to his proposal for Crossbell's independence?
Hard to believe it could actually happen.
Well, as long as both Erebonia and Calvard refuse to accept it, the likelihood of it actually happening is incredibly low. Still, they're planning to hold a referendum on the issue to see if the population is in favor of it. So there'll be plenty more chances for disputes to break out over the issue.
Well, neither of them want to lose all that sweet tax revenue from Crossbell. Half of it flows into the provinces too, so like, fat chance the noble faction's gonna take that line down.
Milliam.
I swear, this kid has all the delicacy of a rock to the face.
Have you seen her new art? It's literally a giant rock to the face.
So you're Milliam, are you? Your name seems to have come up with increasing frequency lately. I was hoping for a chance to see the famous Eric Getlem in action, though.
Oh, she'll pull it. She'll pull it out right now.
Oh, sure thing. Come on, Lamb!
Whoa there. Hold your jets.
I'm not sure this is the best place to call out Eric Getlem. Just a hunch.
Lame.
Objection overruled.
That could have gotten messy.
Honestly, it would save us all a lot of trouble if you could just refrain from saying whatever pops into your mind, too.
Black-haired officer, yeah. This ain't my first Trails game. I know who that is.
Lame.
I love these games.
Oh, who might you be?
Let's see. Quick thinking, and I found what the average amount of people in other classes. I believe it's 18 per class. I always assume something around 24 people per class or more, so a bit surprising, but kind of makes sense. Tiberius says, Lisa's like, "What do you want from me, mother? To start investing in Orbital coin?" Everyone else just mobs Olivia, yeah. They know where the bread is buttered. Also, anyone wondering how I got number 18 in midterms, you get everybody's ranking. Unnamed people are blanks. Ranking goes from 1 to 90. Oh, there were only 99. Okay, I was like, how many were there? That's what I was trying to think of too. I was like, weren't there like 150 or something? So yeah, take out 9 from class 7, divide the remaining equally for classes 1 through 5. You get 18. Math is fun. Arrogant lame.
Say, are you from the Vander family? The one who serves as the prince's bodyguard?
Oh, did Neidhart mention me? I'm Mueller Vander of the 7th Armored Division.
Mueller. Okay.
I was with the Prince at the conference in Crossbell, so I'm in your debt as well. Glad to be able to thank you personally.
Only in the English dub?
The honor is ours, sir.
It's an honor to meet a member of the esteemed Vander family.
Ah, so you're the Radiant Blade Master's daughter. And you must be a practitioner of the 8 Leaves, 1 Blade style. I'm always happy to meet fellow students of the sword.
Fee's like, what about guns, swords? Do those count?
Oh, and you must be the young man from Nord who my uncle wrote a reference for.
Yes, that would be me. I owe a lot to Lieutenant General Vander.
It sounds like he's in your debt as well, with everything that happened in Nord a few months ago. You all seem like dependable young men and women.
Yep, give them guns. They're fine.
Perhaps the prince's idea had some merit to it after all.
See? What did I tell you? And it's not just Class 7 either. The whole academy seems so full of life. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to break down social barriers by getting to know all of them in the academy's pool.
If you really want to work up a sweat, I'd be glad to let you run back to Heimdall. If you kept up a good sprint, I'll bet you could even make it in a couple hours.
You'd actually make me do it, too. Cruelty. My name is Mueller.
It's like their hearts practically beat in sync.
Yes, someone get Dorothy over here. This is fodder for her slash fic.
That's certainly one way to look at it. I wonder how long they've known each other.
Well then, I bid you all a fond farewell. I hope we have the chance to meet again soon.
Me too. Interesting to see Miller's 3D character model kind of smiling amicably rather than scowling, which is his profile portrait usually. 3 days had passed since the board of directors handed down their decision. With the assurance that our field studies would continue, we finally turned our attention to next month's festival, Maid Cafe! However, losing those couple days at the end of the month meant we had that much less time to prepare Ellipsis. And no matter how much we brainstormed, we couldn't think of any really compelling ideas our small class could pull off. A Maid Cafe would be difficult with 11 people. Eventually, Ellipsis. But you're Class 7. You can do anything. Geez, I can't believe we burned through another week already. But hey, at least it's the perfect weather for a weekend out on the town. I hope you'll all enjoy your free day tomorrow. Especially since you've got another practical exam coming up next Wednesday. You couldn't just send us off with have a good weekend, could you, Ellipsis? Alright, Crow's back in his chair at the back. That's right. It just wouldn't be Instructor Sarah if she didn't throw in a little dash of torment. And then we have this month's field study coming up at the end of next week, right? Yep, just like we'd been planning. We might have made a few changes to the original itinerary, but nothing major. I'll tell you all about where you're headed after the practical exam, so until then, keep on guessing. Yeah, Ellipsis, you don't need to make it into some sort of dramatic revelation. She always does, though. Ooh, I can't wait to find out where we're gonna go this time! Michelin! Oh, and by the way, you guys really need to figure out what you're going to do for the festival next month. First years have to participate, so if you can't think of anything, you'll be showing your field study reports instead. What? Oh, Ellipsis, that certainly wouldn't be my first choice, or even my fifth. Anyway, that's a wrap for homeroom, if you'll do the honors, Miss Class President. Team President, Team Vice President, Team whatever. Yes, Instructor. Stand, Ellipsis, bow. Well, I'm sure she was just joking about putting our field study reports on display, Ellipsis. I hope. Either way, we need to figure out what we're doing by the start of next week. That sounds wise, Ellipsis, especially considering we have our practical exam on Wednesday and our field study next weekend. If that's how things stand, we should make it our goal to at least have some solid ideas by the end of tomorrow. We also need to check out what the other classes are planning. If we end up doing something that was already being done, we'd seem totally redundant. Yeah, we should split up and start gathering some info. But remember, We need to find something that'll work with the number of people we've got. Yeah, Ellipsis. All the other classes have more than double the manpower we do, easily. Interesting, because double us would more than... Double is 22, more than that's... So, Maybe they just left the, maybe there's more than 99 students, and they only posted the top 99 so as not to embarrass the, 50 or so on the bottom. And they all seem to have some pretty grandiose aspirations at that. If greatness were reliant on numbers, museums would be full of artwork produced by committee. There must be some course of action that can turn our lesser numbers to our advantage. Yeah, the question is, what? If we had an easy answer, we wouldn't be spending all this time worrying over it. Hee hee, Ellipsis, I'm getting kind of pumped up. Well, a little inter-class competition never hurt anyone. In fact, Ellipsis, it might spice things up a bit. And we got Thor's summer uniform. We got another one. Wait, did we get... Alright, we're gonna do one thing and then we're gonna call it. Important Academy Festival announcement. Only a month remains until Thor's traditional Academy Festival. Those who require particular equipment or permission to sell food and drink would do well to submit their applications now. As for those who have yet to decide on what they are doing, Ideos help you. Principal Von Heinrich. Okay. Alright, and that is where we will call it. So, thank you everyone for hanging out. I hope you're enjoying the end of the year and having some good food and good company and maybe seeing some neat, electric light displays and things. I went around looking for Christmas lights and not a whole heck of a lot this year. I mean, there's one street way the hell out in like Poway or Rancho Penasquitas or something like that. That's, the street that has all of the lights on it. But I drove around looking for Christmas lights and not a ton of really big elaborate displays this year. At least not that I happen to drive past. So, oh well. All right, that's it for me. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Have a good rest of your evening, and I'll see y'all later. Take care, everyone. Bye bye.